Davidson.
Your Series 7 Week 2 champion, Heenan.
Your Week 3 winner is the Netherlands own Bradley Roos. Everybody, week number 4 belongs to the Duff man, Neil Duff.
Completing the perfect hat-trick, Andreas Dirty Harrison! Ladies and gentlemen, your champion is Jimmy Van Schie!
Super Series champion, Bradley Brooks. Teehan.
Bow and arrow for Greaves! It's Lucky D, Darius Levanauskas! Your Week 11 champion is Andy Davidson!
Good morning, welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. It's day 2, and after one day's play, things could not be closer. Chris Mason alongside me this morning. Chris, what a start yesterday. Literally couldn't be any tighter between the 6.
Nope, separated by one win effectively, just the 2 points, and it was a bizarre start. Real nip and tuck early on, and then we had a middle stage where people looked like they were going to take control, and then it just went back to almost parity.
Fair to say, despite it's a 3-way tie for the top, that Bo Greaves was a standout player?
Yeah, it's interesting looking at that promo video there, how similar the qualifying averages are until you look at Bo's, who averaged over 93 in her qualifying campaign and averaged close to 94 for the day yesterday. Like we said, we had a conversation yesterday, and we both thought that she doesn't really have to improve her game any, and she needs to keep that mindset of not thinking she has to find another gear, because I think if she remains around that 93, 94 mark consistently with that odd big average, I mean, she had a 97 in there yesterday, a 108. I think she's rightly fancied.
It's a nice mix of players. Bo's debut here was long awaited. She took it by storm. Good start here, but the likes of Heenan really established, and he sort of made it look like that experience told yesterday as well.
Yeah, it was a funny day for him, a little bit up and down, and you never quite knew what you were going to get from him. But what he does have is this kind of quality in the locker, and he can produce this at any time. We were wondering whether we were going to see yet another 9 from him yesterday. He'll be fairly satisfied. Listen, day 1, it's all about being connected to the rest of the group. You don't want to be where Harrison looked like he may end up at the foot of the table, and he was in a precarious position. If he'd have ended up just picking up the one win yesterday, he certainly could have written off the opportunity of winning the group.
Yeah, all still in it. The top 3 are Greaves, Heenan, and Andy Davidson. Again, another player who's kind of emerged from nowhere, a qualifier from the ADC in Scotland. Decent start to the week for him.
Yeah, I watched his qualifying campaign. Fascinating player, fascinating to watch. And during that campaign, produced averages of over 104 and over 110. So we know he's got an incredibly high ceiling. Quite a complex throw, it has to be said. There's a lot going on in the hand before ultimately the dart is set in that grip pattern. And it's just the thumb and forefinger ultimately, but it's very quick and it's very effective.
Yeah, I think we can actually take a look at a slowed down version so you can have a real dissect of this. Give us your analysis. We'll come back to that in 1 second. There we go. That's the start, showing that grip.
Yeah, so you can see there's almost 4 fingers on it, and it's rolled back into the grip, and the elbow is actually inside the body. So it's sort of everything that you wouldn't advise to do. But for Andy Davidson, ultimately, it works. And when you see it from a front-on angle, it's actually got a little bit... Matt Egger, he can take credit for this, he's got a little bit of Della about it. But as you can see, there's a pulse, and it's rolled back. But the release, and ultimately the point of release, is perfect. So it's no surprise it's effective. It just doesn't look conventional.
The interesting thing is that what we've just seen is a slowed down version of his throw. I've seen people do that throw at that pace.
Yeah, we were watching it back down in the gallery, and I was trying to sort of pick the angle I wanted to get, but it was so quick I couldn't actually see it. So we had to do a fairly lengthy record of him practicing this morning, and then slow it down so I could get a better look at it. But listen, it works.
Yeah, certainly does. And it worked for him yesterday. 6 points for him. This is how the table looks. Bo Greaves and Conor Heenan either side of Davidson. And as you mentioned, mate, Andreas Harrison was in danger of being cut adrift. Instead, he finds himself in 4th place and 1 win away from going joint top.
Yeah, he's joint second, isn't he, at the moment? And look at the leg difference between him and Heenan. That's effectively a game. And Heenan's got to be careful with that leg difference, because that may be his downfall come Wednesday afternoon if he doesn't get some big wins. And listen, he's the kind of player that can reel off a 4-0 here and there. But it's going to be a fascinating day too, and it'll be interesting to see where we are. It wouldn't surprise me if it stays pretty similar in terms of table position throughout the day, but someone's going to have to start to make a bit of a move.
As you referred to in that promo at the start, we saw the averages in their qualifying campaigns. These are the numbers from yesterday. So again, Bo Greaves right at the top. Interesting to see how far behind Conor Heenan is behind Bo Greaves. Bear in mind they're on the same points.
Yeah, I may have worked it out wrong, but I got Bo Greaves averaging a little bit more than 92. In fact, I've got her averaging close to 94. But I will double check that. It's more likely it's my error. Teehan at 90 is quality. Davidson at 90. Harrison, considering the start he made, it wasn't necessarily down to his poor play. It was just the time, and he lost his opening games 4-3, where players against him were producing a bit of quality in the deciding leg. So, listen, there's a couple of players that'd be disappointed with their level of play yesterday, but they got plenty of time to put it right today. She
did have that massive average in the middle of the day, didn't she, Bo Greaves?
Yeah.
Is she the player with the highest ceiling in this group?
I think, well, proven, yeah, absolutely. Apart from Harrison, he averaged, what did he have, 117, didn't he? And then you got Davidson there with the 110. She looks the most likely at the moment, that's for sure. But for me, she's the favourite to win this group, and I think yesterday we saw one. I think she's got another gear to go.
Well, let's see if the bookies agree with Chris Mason. Indeed, they do. In fact, quite short favourite, 11-10. Andreas Harrison, despite that slow start, still second favourite, although level now with Andrew Davidson. And Kieran Teehan, they really don't fancy him, remains the outsider. Do you concur? They're rarely wrong.
I think it's hard to disagree, and I think for the short price punters, I think Bo's a good thing at 11-10. I thought she was a good thing yesterday. My only concern yesterday was that she may have felt, because it is Champions Week, right, I've got to find another gear. But everything she's done so far in her career, I can't fault her. She won't be rushed into anything. We've been trying to get her here for as long as I can remember, and she does things at her pace and when she's ready, and that's paying dividends.
Right, first match about to get underway. Bradley Brooks against Andreas Harrison. Do you think we're going to see similar to yesterday, or do you think we'll start to see some kind of separation in this group?
I think when you break down the numbers and look at all the averages, it apart from Bo and at times Harrison, it's hard to separate the group. But I think for Harrison, winning this game is more important for him in terms of trying to win this Group A than it is for Brooks.
Right, we'll chat a little bit later, but it is time to get the action underway, and Macy's going to head through to comms, where Matthew Egger is waiting. Morning, Matt.
Morning, Mur. Thank you. Morning to everyone joining us for day 2 of the Modus Super Series on Champions Week, where today we should start to get a few answers in regards to the direction of this group. We was none the wiser yesterday. If anything, we'll probably just confuse matters even more after what we saw yesterday. Andreas Harrison didn't start his campaign off well. He started off with 3 defeats. The man who's been fancied and the favourite throughout this Series 7 campaign, but he did end it well against Bradley Brooks, the man who picked up the PDC World Youth Championship in 2020, and he'll be looking to get back to the PDC Pro Tour in the very near future. Many people have used the Super Series as a leapfrog and a platform and a system to regain some form, and that's what Bradley Brooks may be doing here this year. He's not had the best of form out there on the various tours, but he's here at Champions Week playing for a sizable prize fund of £25,000, which, when we do compare it against that tour,
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
that would mean you'd have to qualify for the World Championships, win the opening game, and beat a seed at the World Championships for your whole year's work to get what he's here to try and get this week, Mace.
Yes, it's nice to see him playing some good stuff, and he did play some good stuff at times. He played well against Harrison yesterday, averaged nearly 90 in defeat, but his undoing was missed doubles, 2 from 7, where Harrison far more efficient, 50% on his doubles, 4 from 8.
98.
We noted a pattern of play, didn't we, yesterday, that the darts, the best performances, 4 players had their best performance of the day in match number 4, but Kieran Teehan, his best was in match number 3. So the middle part of the day yesterday was significantly better. Do you think we get that again today, where they're going to take a few games to get into it, or is it hit the ground running now we've had a day?
Yeah, I think yesterday there'd have been a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of anticipation, a bit of uncertainty for some of the players. And that doesn't surprise me that it took them a few games to just settle in and just get used to, again, the environment and the throw and the procedure.
43.
And I think across today and tomorrow we'll see some of the best darts from these players. We may not see the 108 average beaten by Bo, but we may well see something similar around the 105 mark.
Do you think maybe as well yesterday a bit too much respect for the room that they was in?
Agreed, and that can happen. Listen, they're all champions, aren't they? It's not a case this time around. We've had it in the past in Champions Week where it's been the best runners up that get included, and no, they would have had a lot of respect for each other, and a lot of them wouldn't know each other's game. And as players, we like to work that out. We like to play against someone. If you've never played against them before, you can work out if there's any little weaknesses or any little trigger points for you to play with.
You tend to be more aware of the situation as well, don't you? You tend to watch the match if you don't know what they're going to do, if you don't have that sort of...
Or the pace, their pace of play, whether you can impact that or not.
140.
Good opening leg there for Bradley Brooks. Nice solid holder throw. We are interactive here as well at the Super Series. We can see your messages and comments coming through on the chat, and I can see one today coming from Boris, who says Bo is winning everything today. Now, I can tell you that the conversations we've been having, we feel that sort of day where she's going to go through the card, we could agree with you on that one, Boris. I think it's going to happen on one of the days. Is it today? We'll find out over the next few hours.
Well, she certainly looked the most likely yesterday.
100.
I'm a huge fan of Harrison and the action, and the fluidity it has. But
57.
Whilst doing some of that recording this morning of Andy Davidson, I was paying double 16 for a beauty. I was paying a bit more of a closer attention. I got some of the Harrison shots just side on and slowed down slightly, and he does have a very short release, and that will be why we see him have some flyers. He doesn't quite get to the end of his throw sometimes. It's almost 3/4.
Game shot on the second leg.
It is something that we have a very privileged view here of at the Super Series in the commentary box. We're just sort of peering over the right-hand shoulder of the player. And when that release, like you say, just come up a little bit short, he tends to then lift. The shoulder then lifts, and that's when we start to see a few flyer darts.
Yeah, you try to compensate, don't you? We see Dave Chisnell do it a lot. But when it works, my goodness, well, this is the result.
140.
Seems a little bit quicker today, Matt, as well. And is that a sign of confidence, do you think?
I was literally just about to say there, sign of confidence, sign of belief. You don't try and make sure, you just trust yourself, trust the process.
You can see it there. It just sort of there. It just stops a little bit too early sometimes for me.
100.
But again, that's just... Well, you can see this is beautiful. Right to the end of the throw.
100.
And you can get that release point almost the same every time. And that's key to finding a consistent throw. Yep, welcome along to the chat.
140.
Welcome along to also all those watching on their chosen betting app. If you do have any comments or questions for myself or Matt Edgar, get them in. Keep them sensible.
45.
Keep them respectful. And we will endeavour to answer all of them.
He was very close to the 1-2-1 finish not long ago, and well, there it is. Same sort of route. He's obviously going to use that 25 ball on the start of that 1-2-1 combination, but that is a big break of throw.
Yeah, I like the use of the ball there when your opponent's not on a finish. I think that's the right way to go. But there was too many of them yesterday for me.
Seems to be the second he gets in front and he puts them. Some people just don't like front running. Maybe Andreas Harrison's one of those. But just keeping my eye on the throw even further of Andreas Harrison.
59.
And one of the things that is coming up in darts quite a lot at the moment is sort of repetitive strain injuries, because people are playing darts more than ever. And on that throw, there's a lot of wrist, but the wrist is jolting every time because of that stop. You can see that sort of snap.
Yep. Where if the action was getting to the end of the throw, the wrist would just naturally roll over, as we'll see here with Brooks. Look at that. There's none of that jolt or snap. Well spotted.
96.
So as someone who had a career cut very short due to injury, it's something I'm quite passionate of seeing in people's actions.
Bradley require 170.
Yeah, well, I had an RSI. I had the dreaded tennis elbow, and well, Mark Durbridge the same. And after multiple injections, there's only so many times you can have a needle put in the elbow, in the joint of the elbow.
140. Bradley require 90.
Morning, Matt and Chris. Which German player would you like to see at the Modus? That's from Simon.
50. Andreas require 156.
Max Hopp. Didn't he recently qualify for a Euro Tour? I think he did, didn't he?
Did, yes. Yes.
I do like Max. Nice guy.
100.
Fine player.
Bradley require 40. Game shot on the four flag.
Levels
Bradley
things up with an
Brooks.
instant break back. Foxy asks, who is one player who you
Fifth flag,
think
it's Bradley
would
to
play
throw
amazing
first.
in the MSS who hasn't played in it yet?
Great question. I mean, I'm going to answer this, but I'm also going to pose
57.
this as well to our YouTube chat. Please do let us know who you would like to see here, because we're about to enter a new series. Maybe you could pique interest. Maybe you could send us in the direction of someone that we should be seeing in our next
100.
series. That will be coming after our specials week next week, which will be a ladies' week. But someone I'd like to see here, I think would really come alive on that stage.
130.
Danny Baggish.
Yeah, that's a great shout. Yeah, I agree.
180.
Jeff Smith?
Jeff played in the previous series,
Yeah.
so he has been here.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
100.
Someone I'd love to see again at the Super
Richie
Series.
Burnett's not played here yet, has he?
He's not played here, I don't believe.
No, he's played at the old venue.
57.
Paul Lim.
God, that'd be tough at his age, though, wouldn't it?
164.
Imagine the viewing numbers, though. Everyone loves a bit of Paul Lim.
60. Bradley require 110.
But about 5 minutes ago, Andreas Harrison took out a 1-2-1, which looked like he was going to make a move on this game. Bradley Brooks breaks straight back and then hits him with a big finish of his own. 110 there for Bradley Brooks. Puts him a leg away from reversing the fixture yesterday where Andreas Harrison took the game by 4 legs to 2.
Yeah, Bradley Brooks averaging 86 to Harrison's 93. And well, it's
60.
almost a bit of deja vu from yesterday for Harrison, isn't it? Played very well, but ultimately was on the wrong end of a 4-3 defeat.
140.
One thing I'm liking about Bradley Brooks today, though, is positivity.
Yes, we weren't impressed yesterday with his mannerisms and
60.
Baggage.
yes,
Carrying baggage, carrying losses. You could see he was wearing them all over him. And today just looks so much more positive, and it is good to see.
81.
Some great suggestions coming in as well for the Super Series.
well, Adrian Lewis still currently has a tour card, at least for this year, isn't it? If he doesn't play this year, then he won't retain it for 2025, and maybe that'd be a nice fun route for him to enjoy a bit of darts here.
Require 140.
Another one of those. Would have left him double 10 instead. Just got to stay out the way of those. A big safe dart there. The way his darts kick up, he could have easily caught the flight and just carried that one into the treble. So a big sensible dart there for Bradley Brooks, showing his experience, leaving a double after 12.
40. Bradley required 20.
They can't get any closer.
No score. Andreas
Wow.
required 60. Game shot.
The way his darts entered the board,
Andreas
that was
Harrison.
almost the perfect placement, and gives Bradley a bit of a nod as if to say, well,
7
you
for
gave
final
me a
against
sniff.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Someone says here, morning from South Africa, morning Willie Stoltz. Matt and Chris, who choose the players in Modus League, or do they have to qualify? It's purely down to just to me and Matt, who we like, our pals, who gives us a few quid. No, you can qualify via the ADC, or you get here on reputation or previous performances, either when you've had an invite or you've
98.
qualified by right.
Yesterday, Bradley Brooks missing 3 match darts, would have had the head down, he'd have been
85.
sulking. Now he almost looks like he's got aggression about him, like he's fired up, like it's annoyed him at the fact he's missed those match darts, and he's producing a much better last leg here.
40.
Is Bradley Brooks. He's got so far ahead in regards to the scoring phase that that bounce out is kind of non-effective at the moment.
81.
Last start just sort of keeping him within punishing range.
96.
We'll have to come down to the 25 and bullseye, you feel. Finds the
65.
25 to give himself an
required
outside
87.
opportunity. Should Bradley not hit? Now Bradley's got decisions to make. I think he's going to ignore the ball here. He does. You could see that look on his face, that
47.
cheeky, I don't
Andreas
think you're going to
require
hit this, pal.
170.
Which makes these hurt all so much more if they go, which it won't. So Bradley will get another 3 match darts.
48. Bradley require 40. Game.
What a
shot
difference a
and the
day
match.
makes.
Bradley
Yesterday,
Brooks.
Bradley Brooks walked off the stage disappointed after losing to Andreas Harrison. Didn't feel the day was going the way it wanted to, but everything different about Bradley Brooks today. He leaves the stage with a smile. He played that game with confidence and swagger. The average not much better than what we were seeing from him yesterday, but it's all about how you feel up there on the stage, and Bradley Brooks is here to play on day number 2. Coming up next, Andy Davidson takes on Bo Greaves. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that pie face dominated throughout.
Well, the second game on day 2 of Champions Week features Bo Greaves, a favourite, not just to win the group, but to win the week. And who could argue with the numbers that she posted in her qualifier week on her Super Series debut? And again, yesterday, the player with the highest average across her 5 matches, of which she won 3, as did her opponent here, the quickfire Scotsman Andy Davidson, an ADC qualifier who won week 11 just a couple of weeks ago to book his place in Champions Week at his first attempt, exactly what the 20-year-old two-time Women's World Champion managed as well. Big game this towards the top of the table. Whoever wins it will be top of the table, and guiding you through it, it's back to Mace and Matt.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, this is a fascinating matchup. Interesting to see how both players will
First leg, it's
get out
Andy
of
to
the
throw
traps
first.
today.
Game on.
It was some quite incredible
60.
finishing from Davidson yesterday, wasn't it?
I think I was impressed with Davidson on every single aspect of his game yesterday. The average of around about 90 for the day. And I think when you come into a Champions Week, it's very easy to have your eye drawn to different prospects when you've got former World Youth Champion in here in Bradley Brooks, a 2-time Ladies Champion, and a proper enigma of a talent in Bo Greaves. And then you're looking around the form line of Andreas Harrison, the 9 darters that Conor Heenan's hit, the World Championship appearances of Teehan. You can find things to talk about for all the players.
100.
But Andy Davidson is someone who's developing in front of our eyes.
Yeah, the least most experienced player in this group. I think he's handling it very, very well. I was like you, I was super impressed with him in in his qualifying campaign, and I did not question, but
96.
I did have my own thoughts. I wonder how he would handle this environment amongst this particular group of players. I don't think there's any. There's no one who is
And he requires 145.
particularly boisterous in this group, or there's no player that would hold court in the
55.
practice room, if you know where I'm going with that one, Matt.
Oh, absolutely. You know what it's like. There's certain people that'll dictate a practice room and almost win the game before it even comes out
40.
onto the stage.
And he requires 90.
Yeah,
70.
and he won this
Oh,
tie
you require
yesterday in the deciding
160.
leg with a beautiful 148 out.
$25.
It was 3 big finishes, wasn't it, for
And he
Davidson
required
yesterday?
20.
130, 125, 148.
Game shot
That
on the
one,
first leg.
not
Andy
quite as big,
Davidson.
but just as important.
Yeah, still a chalk on the board. 1-0.
Leg, it's Bo to throw first. Game on.
I think the other thing that Andy Davis has really impressed with is the fact he's in there with players. As I just
100.
reeled off, just looking through the group, and I could pick out achievements for each of the players. Reputation. Because sometimes that carries a lot of
96.
weight as well when you're playing in these games and in these fixtures, because I know what it was like when you first go into the Pro Tour environments. You look around, you're like, wow, these are all the players I've watched in all the majors around the world and
140.
on the telly for all those years. And it's only when you sort of feel you belong there,
81.
or when those players start to go and you get your own era and your own generation. But this is one that Andy's trying to join in with, and he's doing a very good job at doing so.
Well, back to the chat, Matt.
131.
Just because this is very apt for a discussion we had yesterday. Gemini's Undone. Does Adrian Lewis
98.
make your GOAT
Bo, you
list?
require 130.
But effectively, is he a top 10 of all time? And Matt come up with a great point yesterday about it being subjective. Like, who is the
94.
necessarily who's the greatest players sometimes doesn't translate into who has the most ability.
85. Bo, you require 36.
The best player and the greatest players are two common, because one's about performance and one's about achievement, ultimately. And that's where it becomes hard.
Yeah, I think winning in
80.
in the era
And
in which he did it,
141.
winning those 2 world titles, he's got to be considered as an all-time great.
60.
And certainly
Oh, you
when it
require
comes down
80.
to ability, he is certainly one of the best players that I've
Game shot on
ever
the
seen
second leg. Bo
up close
Greaves.
and personal and played against.
So look, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
This is going to sound super harsh, Matt, but coming from someone who
80.
didn't win an Open at the Dog and Duck, according to many, he only won 2 world titles. He's underachieved, hasn't he, for his ability?
Yeah, that's
That's a compliment,
That's a
by the way.
compliment. Yeah, absolutely a compliment.
180.
If anyone can win a world title,
58.
they are the world champions. So to do it twice and then still to be considered as, I fully agree, and only in the most complimentary terms.
140.
But I always like to think about the impact the players had on the game as well as part of that
66.
criteria. If you're talking about the greatest, it's not just about comparing titles, because that's a very simple way of doing it, or a very lazy way of doing
And
it.
that's why Phil and Eric tick both boxes, because of not only their ability,
24.
but their impact and how they both changed the sport.
That's why anyone who disagrees with Barneveld being in
44.
there
Oh, you require
is barking on, because the
157.
impact he had on the game in Holland.
Well, globally. Started in Holland. I mean, just misses the treble 19. That will be back.
133.
And tidies up beautifully.
137, but we require 24.
Someone put here, Foxy Tube, why do you think Wade is so underrated? He's the only one in my all-time top 10 that isn't a world champion, but I don't think he's
160.
certainly not underrated by
54.
those within the sport,
requires
that's for
6.
sure.
That's a little bit awkward, the way that has stood up. And case in point there,
No score.
an interesting way to bust it, but all of a sudden Andy Davidson, a chance he thought he wouldn't get. Bo Greaves was down to a double after 12.
46.
The finishing that was so good for him
6.
yesterday just lets him down at a key moment.
What an opportunity that was for Davidson, and that's awkward again, Matt. Left corner. Oh, she tried for the left corner.
And he requires 16.
3 visits there for Bo Greaves to get the job done, and Andy Davidson steals the leg.
Here's one, and this is a conversation I had with Chris Murphy this morning.
It's Bo to throw first.
Robbie says MVG has underachieved, only 3 world titles. I think if he hadn't won so many other tournaments, I agree. But in terms of, I mean, ultimately players are judged on, or predominantly judged on world championships, aren't they? And I said at the time, if he can match Eric and get 5, it would be remarkable. And everybody's like, no, you win 10, 12. I'm like, it's not like that. It's not that easy.
And in the last leg, she had 5 perfect darts and missed the 6th. Now we've got the back-to-back 180s. The 9 darter is on.
But we require 141.
She has wrote so many records here at the Super Series, but she will not be adding her name to the 9-dart list on this occasion. But another solid leg here for Bo, even better than the last one. She was on a double after 12 in the last leg.
85.
Now she's on one after 9. But again, just having to move across the hockey, just blocking it up, and that is a better leg there for Bo Greaves. That is the Bo we expect to see on the outer ring.
Yeah, she had an 11 darter yesterday.
Game on.
Adds another one to that tally.
I think the reason people judge by the World Championships is because that is one that universally is understood. If you say to someone, oh, the Players' Championship Finals winner or the UK Open, it might not be understood in terms of the severity of the event, but everyone knows what a World Championship is.
Yeah, and it's the one that's viewed the most, 92. Of course.
We did cover earlier on, and yesterday certainly, talking about the 180 hitting of Bo Greaves.
95.
She's hit 4 in this match so far today. And
she had one yesterday where she hit 4 as well, didn't she?
Well, in terms of 180s in games, I know a lot of people like to have plays on the 180 markets. When she was here for the week, she averaged 0.36 180s a leg. Yesterday averaged 0.31, so if we combine her whole time here at the Super Series, she's averaging a 180 every 3 legs.
And that is elite.
94, but we require 145.
Well, it's well within the top 32 of the world.
$129, and he require 170.
Robbie says, but when you think of MVG, you do think of domination. How can he win 7 Premier Leagues but 3 world titles? Well, quite simply because Premier Leagues are easier to win.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Bo Greaves.
I suppose the thing with the Premier League,
6th leg, it's Bo to throw first.
This conversation we had this morning in regards to, you've got to be good for a few nights, but you've got to be right for one.
$100. $85.
Bo taking her average for the first time into the 90s, 90.15 currently.
60.
Well, this is the lowest average we've seen from Andy Davidson so far this week, and the reason there is the power scoring. Something we saw yesterday, and we really highlighted, was that the 140 hitting, the 2 trebles, and that is his first 2 treble power visit of the match.
Robbie says the Premier League is harder to win than the World Championships. Okay,
60.
Robbie.
45. $121.
Beautiful couple of trebles there for Bo Greaves to get her down to a finish. It's the only thing she could have done after the big single one.
77.
But that's the first time I've seen sort of a negative reaction there from Andy Davidson. Probably feels he's not quite at the level he was yesterday, and might just need a game or so to get into this.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a sedate start from Bo, but soon got up to speed.
94. Bo require 84.
60, just in case Bo can't convert the 84. She's going to get 2 at 24. Ooh, 79. That's a super dart. Tops. Brave. Rewarded. And Bo Greaves reverses the scoreline from yesterday and makes the ideal start. A 4-2 win over Andy Davidson. An average of 88.61. She'll be relatively happy with that. What she will be happy with is that 180 tally of 4. The doubling needs some practice, though. 4 from 16, 25%, but ultimately picks up the points and goes back to the top of the table. Well, the final 2 players in this Group A Champions Week, Kieran Teehan and Conor Heenan, they face off in our next game.
So into game 3 on Tuesday on Champions Week. Group A right in the heat of battle, and Bo Greaves has made her play move to the top of the table with that victory against Andy Davidson in the previous match. Now it's an all-Irish affair between Conor Heenan and Kieran Teehan. Teehan, of course, who has appeared a couple of times on the biggest stage of all at the World Darts Championship. A winner on the Challenge Tour as well. Now 25, looking for success at the Super Series. Takes on his fellow countryman Conor Heenan, who's had most of his success here or at the Super Series. And if he wins this match and gets the repeat of the result yesterday in this fixture, then he will join Greaves at the summit of the table. Time to hand you back then to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, it went all the way, this one, yesterday, and they were only separated by that one leg. The average is very similar. Conor Heenan, 87.73, winning 4-3 against Teehan, who averaged 87.85. The 140 column for Teehan, 7-1, but he couldn't convert that into a win. The finishing was better, 3 from 5, but it was not enough opportunities at a double. They go even money, Kieran, or however you want to say it. Conor Heenan, the 8-11 favourite, despite being against the darts. And you spoke about a little bit too much respect. It was almost like these guys had a little bit too much respect for each other yesterday.
Being a bit more localised as well, you tend to know a lot more about your opponents, don't you? And maybe both being from Ireland, both trying to fly that flag, both trying to go down the same roads. But we have had a comment here from Dav in the YouTube chat saying, how many times are the players going to play each other in Group A? Well, at the start of this game, if you are new to the Super Series, you are joining us. This is Champions Week. Everyone has qualified by winning a week here. Make sure you do hit that subscribe button as well. Welcome to the channel. But the players will play each other 3 times across 3 days, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 1 game a day. 5 games in total. And the top player will go through to the finals. That will be taking place on Saturday. Group B and C, we'll let you know all of that as the week develops. But for now, you can enjoy your Group A campaign and hit your subscribe buttons.
More comments coming in. MVG will be back very soon, back to dominating and winning every tournament again. Trust the process. You might want to check what the mushrooms you had on your breakfast was this morning, Robbie. Not sure they were the right kind. Maybe try some shiitake.
Connie require 131.
Or is that what you're typing? I'm not quite so sure. My goodness. Absolute
91.
whopper.
Kieran required 25.
To hold.
Nine. Connor, you require 40. Game shot in the first leg.
Just to confirm, that is most definitely a orange shirt that Conor Heenan is wearing.
Yeah, we had a bit of a debate at that this morning, didn't we, when we was recording the Bullseye Challenges, which will also be available coming soon on the Super Series YouTube channel. So it's not just the live darts, it's also various other content and challenges that we do with the players, interviews and bonus content. And there was a debate this morning about that shirt being yellow.
100.
Oh, only because Owen Binks loves the song. Gemini's Undone, Mace. Being that darts and snooker don't require strength and speed.
125.
So the playing field for sexes is level. Can you see a woman rising to the top of the darts tree a la Bow?
56.
Well, Linda Duffy, a former world #1, who's an actual doctor and has lots of letters behind her name.
94.
She's been involved in some very extensive studies regarding that very topic, and there are lengthy papers that have been done on this very
45.
issue, and it's well
Kieran
worth the
Require,
read.
148.
Bo's a bit of an anomaly when you think of all the women players over the years. Hello. Wow,
Game
our
shot
second
the
148
second leg.
of the group.
Kieran Teehan. Third leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on. $81. $132.
Everyone has looked this morning a lot more
99.
comfortable, a lot more confident up there, haven't they?
Yeah. Like I said, I think yesterday is very much the early games. You're just trying to settle in and trying to,
59.
rather than win matches, avoid defeat, if you get my sentiment. Because you can do that as a player sometimes. You don't have the right kind of mindset. And I think Bradley
97.
was a little bit like that yesterday, where today he's come out almost with a man on a mission type mentality.
55.
Well, we were talking yesterday after Andres Harrison lost his first 3 games that if he lost another one, he was out of the chances here in Group A, and that is the danger of day one. You can't win it, but you can lose it.
140.
Christopher said, saw both these lads play at the All-Ireland Championship recently. Both absolute gentlemen and great ambassadors for Irish darts. Absolutely
55.
correct, Chris.
Kieran Require, 84.
2 lovely fellas and 2 fine players.
What a passionate island in terms of their darts. They love
Yes.
their darts over there and very supportive of their own.
$72.
And not even thinking about the bullseye possibility. He doesn't need to with Heenan back on 200.
100. Kieran Require, 12.
Double 6.
Game shot in the third leg.
No problem
Kieran
at all.
Teehan.
Averaging 91.04 at the moment. Very, very tidy
For leg,
indeed
it's
from
Connor to throw
Teehan.
first.
And he was one of the players that we both felt had to get off to a big start to the day.
85.
Good morning, Nigel. Glad you're enjoying the action.
$140.
Just in case you can't see the chat, Oki Balboa is in here with us as well. He's saying that the prize fund has increased. It has. This for the first series here at the Super Series. And the players this week playing for £25,000. The largest payout ever here at the Super Series. Moving forward is great progression for not just the Super Series, but for all the players to have such a sizable paycheck here at the amateur level. Well, an international platform, should we say.
68.
It's just such a substantial amount of money when you're contemplating either getting on tour for the first time or possibly trying the WDF system or
54.
maybe Q School.
Or potentially even a
58.
professional
You're
career
gonna require 127.
using this platform.
Absolutely.
$59. Connie require 156. $100. Kieran requires 68.
To put himself a leg away and to get a vital breaker throw. Should be getting a dart. It's double 16, the double of choice.
52. Connie require 56.
A little shake of the head there from Teehan on the way back. He maybe feels the opportunity has gone, but it hasn't.
36. Currently
Now he
requires
gets to
16.
approach the hockey with a handful of darts, and this is something we've seen Teehan adopt yesterday, the little pause, a little bit of time, and it was often quite productive. It continues to be so. I think that's something that's here to stay now with Kieran Teehan, but just going back to the point of how you can make this a career using things like the Super Series now. I mean, according to Google, the average salary in the UK is £29,000, $669. I mean,
is that a month or?
It's your weekly salary, isn't it? No? But I mean, although it says it's nearly £30,000, when you look at the job sites, there's not many job sites available at about £30,000.
No.
So,
well, if you win your week and win Champions Week, on top of the other bonus
45.
monies, you're way over that for potentially just over a week's work.
and then you've got everything that comes with that, potential sponsorships as well, and the fact that's just one series, you can fit 3 series into a year. So it is, within its own right now, an avenue, if you can be. I mean, I looked at this last year and did a piece on this about how, at the halfway point of last year, Luke Littler had earned more from playing darts from the Super Series than people like Barneville, James Wade, Gary Anderson.
44. $60.
Yeah, it was in excess of £50,000, wasn't it? He earned from the Super Series alone.
140. $30.
Well, Dav, he's won a week, which is more than you. And he's at $2.9 up there.
74.
We might not be winning this game here, Teehan. 3 darts in hand. We expect to see a little bit of a delay, 20. A little bit of a pause in the approach to the hockey. Wait until Heenan's gone past him. He's out of the eye line. Really demonstrating some composure.
10.
Doesn't demonstrate the execution.
170.
Or is it just delayed? Heenan needs the biggest finish of them all, and it won't go.
No, he's had a bit of a disaster here, Heenan.
134.
Averaging 76, 10. Which is, well, a good 10 points at least where we'd expect to see him. And Kieran Teehan gets the job done. Finds the double 5, picks up the 2 points. Kieran Teehan moves on to 6 points and right in the mix and averages 87-85, just the 180 in there. 4 from 15 on the doubles. Well, that's the first cycle of matches complete. Up next, a biggie, Bo Greaves against Bradley Brooks.
Well, there's an opportunity here for Bo Greaves to start to stretch her lead at the top of the Group A table. She's made a fantastic start to Champions Week, kind of picking up where she left off in her qualifying week. But Bradley Brooks has played some decent stuff himself, and this could be a really pivotal game in terms of how this group is going to go. Will it all remain bunched up, or will we start to see some separation? A big match between Bo and Bam Bam Bradley Brooks. And talking you through it, it's back to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, looking forward to this one. This is a game that
to throw first.
is a bit of a main event of this Group A. Both these players have picked up World Championships, which is the pinnacle you can do at your gender, age, whatever that may be. And these are the reigning defending ladies world champion against the former world youth champion in Bradley Brooks. But Bo Greaves was very good in that opening game, and you may be wondering why I'm saying very good when she averaged 88.61, which is kind of around par. But what made it so good is the fact she actually missed 12 darts at double in that game, but still averaged up towards that sort of 90 mark. The session average yesterday, 89.26, which is across all the players. So Bo pretty much on par with the entire group. On a game, she missed so many doubles in.
Yeah, but still produced a
81.
near 90 average. $
140.
Everything's so different about Bradley Brooks. I'm just watching him as he's walking back behind, and yesterday that was just full of slumped shoulders and head shaking. Today the shoulders are back, the head's up, and the face is, it's almost of a blank expression.
Yeah, he's right in the zone, and
76. Bo, you're requiring 160.
he's not dwelling on anything that could be perceived as being negative, and I like that because it's giving nothing to his opponent to feed on.
60. Bradley requiring 85.
Bullseye.
60.
Well, the weight of dart was spot on, just slightly to the left of the target. Yeah, I don't blame her for staying there, Matt. It looked like a dart 60, that she could either use as a guide or bump off.
Game shot on the first leg. Bradley Brooks.
Bradley Brooks continuing where he left off after game number 1.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
A victory over Andreas Harrison. And he's playing himself right into contention here, is Bradley Brooks. We did say today we're going to get a bit of shaping, a bit of movement in the table, maybe know a little bit more of the direction. Bradley Brooks looking to force the issue.
Sometimes it just takes one player to sort of grab it by the scruff of the neck and go, right, I'm going to make a move.
85.
Nigel, love the idea of the vintage week you were suggesting about yesterday, Matt. Bring back round wires and staples, multi-bounce out legs. It'd be a real leveler. It certainly would. Certainly see some frustration, I know that.
I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mace.
180.
As we know, the wire was put on top of the board and it was stapled in, and you could at times see the wire move. Did you ever take your darts out and push the wire down?
I did.
60.
I actually, there's footage of it on YouTube. I was playing Matt Clark in the World Championships, and if I put 3 across the top wire and I sort of snatched them out, as you do in frustration, it would close the wire a little bit. Fortunately for me, Matt was good enough that he'd hit a couple of treble 20s and open it back up for me.
100. Bradley require 120.
To double his lead, tops. Beautiful finish there from Bradley Brooks, and he is here to play today.
Yeah, and had to be a little bit creative there. Had to move to the left and pinpoint accuracy, not only in terms of direction, but weight of dart. That was plumb in the middle of tops.
60.
From a not a traditional angle, because he throws, as you can see, all the way to the right.
More people enjoying the idea of vintage week. Maybe we're going to have to
83.
make this happen. Certainly, when you think about the old dartboards, you see here everything's perfect, pristine, crisp. As someone who's recently played a few matches on the old
60.
dartboards, one of the things I noticed as well is sometimes, like see here where the treble is, you got the wires and you got all that lovely red segment. Sometimes you got the red outside of the wires because where the wires have moved.
Yeah.
So the colours and where it actually was, it was so misleading on the eye.
Yeah, were just not attractive to look at.
Because I was throwing at a double 16 and half of the green was on the other side of the wire.
100.
This is going to be unlocking many memories for people.
Yeah, someone yesterday suggested about a Champion's Choice board, the trainer board, but for me that's too extreme. I don't think there'd be enough big scores hit. And of course, listen, the players hit plenty of 180s back in the day. John Lowe managed to hit a 9-darter on one of them. Jockey
41.
Wilson also went
Bradley
very
required
close.
138. $58.
Robbie, will MVG and Gerwin Price play in this? Must have had extra mushrooms this morning.
140. Bradley require 80.
And there's a sign of that confidence that we're saying that Bradley Brooks has got today, going tops there to try and get the double
Game
breaker
shot
throw,
with
and he's
further.
got the double breaker
Bradley
throw.
Brooks.
Bradley Brooks averaging 11 points
Full flag, it's
more
Bradley
than
to throw
Bo
first.
Greaves, who
Game on.
at the moment has no answers.
$96. $121.
Horrible deflection that, wasn't it?
$60.
That's super frustrating, that, isn't it? When you just pin one on the bottom wire and you make the adjustment and it's just fractionally overpitched. The reverse here for Bo.
60.
I do think there's a bit of a concern here for her. I've noticed when the dart's been going low, she's been almost saying, get up. She wants that dart, if she misses, to be high, to be on the top wire. And she had that there with that first dart, but then wasn't able to use it. Just very fractionally off radar at the moment. Again, coming low.
140. $105.
Correct use of the ball, leaving a 2-dart finish. All Bo can do is pressure. 3 out of 4 on the finishes for Bradley Brooks, and
60. Bradley
tops
require 100.
being key. We may see tops again for full zip. And finds tops for a ton finish, a 4-0 win and an average of 96.97, nearly 10 points higher than that of Bo Greaves. And Bo didn't get a dart at the double there. Well, you're going to have an off game, and for her sake, I hope that was the only one she will have today. But a sterling performance, 2 180s in there as well from Brooks. Great finishing, 4 from 6, 66.67, and the 2 ton plus outs, the 100 to win it, and the 120 a little earlier. Up next, Andreas Harrison against Conor Heenan.
Well, nobody can get a strangled hold on this group, it seems. It is Champions Week, and you do expect it to be close between the 12 weekly winners, and the 6 in Group A really cannot be separated. Bo Greaves crashing back down to earth with a bang after that 4-0 defeat at the hands of Bradley Brooks. And that means that if Andreas Harrison manages to beat Conor Heenan here, then it will be as you were, and all of the players will be separated by just 2 points. Therefore, 1 win yet again in this group. But Heenan, we know that he has got plenty of talent. He's hit 3 9-darters in this tournament. And the man wearing a lovely shade of tangerine takes on the grey-shirted Andreas Harrison. Back to Mason Matt for this one.
Thank you very much, Chris. A
59.
Interesting day so far. Plenty of favourites being beat in the individual matches.
140.
This one, there you go. Andreas 1-2. Heenan 6-4.
180.
Plenty of 180s though, that's for sure. Quick update on the table. Bradley Brooks now on top on 8 points. And +4. Legs 122. Bo Greaves, 8 points, +4. Legs 122. Andy Davidson, 6 points. No leg difference. 19 legs 1. Teehan, 6 points. 0 leg difference. And Heenan, 6 points, but -7. Andreas Harrison, 4 points and only -1.
170.
That tells you all you need to know of how unfortunate Harrison's been so far in this Group A.
Maybe the player's very well aware of the form line that Andreas Harrison's had and
giving him a little bit more attention.
Targeted him, haven't they?
Yeah. Double 16.
72. Conor Require 133.
But all 16 is the target here for Andreas Harrison to get the opening leg. I mean, that double 8.
Game shot in the first leg.
He's up and running, but you mentioned the odds at the start of this game, and it made me think about what the odds was at the start of the day. And I've just been doing a comparison on Bradley Brooks. From the very first leg today, we noted the body language, the demeanour, the attitude of Bradley Brooks being so much more positive and better. And he's picked up those 2 results, and now the odds compilers are also giving Bradley Brooks a little bit more respect. He's now gone to be favourite for all of his last 3 matches. For example, he was even money earlier on to beat Conor Heenan. He's now 8-11.
180.
Yes, a reaction from the compilers. Matthew Todd, Mace, I just watched you on those 9-darter. Is it true you won 100,000? Yes. A lot of money in 1984. He's still got it as well, I expect.
100.
G.G. Morris says, can darts be all white? Yeah, on the night. Yeah, they can, yep. Can have every colour any colour if you like.
60. 46.
Got a feeling if you did the 9-dart yourself, Mace, that 100 grand check wouldn't have lasted too long.
Oh, all of about, well, probably a month back then.
140. Connie Record 117. Game show.
Soon some nice finishing today, and Conor Heenan adds to his box where he's already got a 112 and a 160.
Feel like it's Andreas to throw first.
Would that have been enough to get your dream Bentley, would it?
Oh, back then, yeah, but I wouldn't have wanted it. They were horrid.
100.
But it's actually, Bentley's reasonably affordable nowadays, but running one isn't.
60.
Gemini's undone. Mason Matt, I've noticed a lot of players are animated when throwing while others are
100.
stoic. Which camp do you two fall in?
Oh, I'm completely live every single moment, and
Same.
95.
do you know what? I've tried doing it the other way, but I find it really boring. I like to live and breathe the game.
60.
Just about to eat my orange banana, if you don't mind.
But yeah, it's all subjective. There's no right or
134.
wrong. There's some that benefit players more than others, and sometimes they slip out of that, and you can notice that, which is what we noticed there with Bradley Brooks, that
100.
he seems to be better when he's got a little bit more controlled aggression.
$85.
I think when we saw
141.
Gerwin Price try and be a little bit more subdued, it just didn't suit.
Where could you imagine, let's say,
83.
Dimitri
Tony
Vandenberg
Requoy,
leaping around the
127.
stage like Gerwin Price? It just wouldn't work.
He does when the music's on.
Game
Oh,
shot
beautiful
the
finish
third
from
leg.
Conor Heenan, and that's two
Conor
from him in
Heenan.
this match. A 117 in the opening leg, and now 127.
Well,
And
it's Conor
you
to
said
go
everyone
first.
seems to be
Game
hitting
on.
everything against Andreas Harrison. Maybe now's the point Andreas Harrison might be thinking the same.
Yeah, it does happen, doesn't it? We watch so much
96.
and commentate so much on the Super Series, you can see a pattern form, and he must be thinking to himself, really?
135.
Full-on Merv King. What are you doing?
96.
Then head-to-head records come into play, because I don't care what players say. They know if they've got a strong record against somebody.
100.
And you know that from the conversations that happen when the cameras are not turned on.
139.
Nobody particularly liked playing John Parr in his sort of peak and prime
96.
years, where
Connie Requoy, 170.
I didn't mind because I had such a good record against him that I thought, well, I fancied it because of
60.
my record. I didn't
Andrea
fancy it because I
Requoy,
felt I was a better
170.
player, and there was a fair few players like that.
60.
There's a lot of components to it as well, isn't it? Like the
110.
pace of the game and the style of the game.
Yeah, and John was fairly quick, got out of the way. It was just let's have a game of darts and the better player will win. And listen,
90.
he beat me
Andrea
plenty of
Requoy,
times, but
110.
I beat him plenty of times. Kevin Painter, I could never get the better of.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, Andreas Harrison's decided
Andreas
to join in
Harrison.
now with the big finishers.
Fifth leg, it's
We have
Andreas
3 and
to
4
throw
legs.
first. Game on.
It's becoming a lot more popular, isn't it? The 110 finish, starting down on the
140.
treble 19.
It sort of makes sense, doesn't it?
It doesn't, because you've just spent the last 15 darts trying to hit treble
140.
20s, and you get to the finish and you decide to come away from it, even though it has no extra benefit of coming away.
57.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain shots that I get nowadays, but I try and keep it as simple as possible and try and play the percentage shot
55.
as much as possible.
I guess the main benefit would be
40.
you're not running the risk of leaving double 15.
Yeah. But you shouldn't be scared of any double, should you?
Absolutely.
96.
Lots of room.
140.
Tried to crash that one in, didn't he?
And Heenan's going to try and leave himself in striking range.
100.
Leaves the 110, but that is striking range for Heenan, who's already took out 2 big finishes so far. It's the bullseye for Harrison. What an exhibition of finishing this is from the pair.
Harrison.
Both players taking out 2 ton-plus finishes. We've had 5 legs of darts, and 4 of them have been ton-plus.
Yeah, 110 and a 124 for Harrison. A 117 and a 127 for Heenan.
And good signs here. We're learning more about Andreas Harrison, because the way his week's gone so far, he could have easily stood at the back of the stage, thought, it's just not my group, everyone's hitting everything against me. Instead, he's took it up another level.
58. $59.
It's always one of those how the shot comes, though, isn't it? When you get the treble with the last dart after hitting 2 single ones, you think, okay, I've saved that one. You come off quite positive. If you start with the treble and hit the 2 ones, you're fuming.
58. $80.
Ed Red said regarding the 110, I think it's more if you hit a single or treble 3, you're still on a bull shot. Yeah, but if you go left and hit a single 7, you're not. But the same could be said going for the 18s, isn't it?
I just don't
or
like
the
shots.
20s, you got the
140.
the 1,
Raise your record, 104.
the 5.
I just don't like shots where you're sort of fearing the miss.
Yeah.
Because ultimately you're thinking about the possibility of
24.
missing.
On your
And
record,
You've got the wrong
46.
mindset to start with.
tops to take us the distance.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
again,
there.
just the one dart
Connor
needed for
Heenan.
Connor Heenan. You feel that this is a game that deserves to go the
Seventh and
distance.
final leg, it's
And
Andreas
I kind of
to throw
like that as
first.
well. We
Game
do
on.
see at times, I was just going to say, sometimes see this over-embrace at times, but we got it in the end. See Connor Heenan there.
45.
He had his head down, but the eyes just rolled up. He wanted to know. He was in two minds. The head was down saying he didn't want to look, but the eyes rolled up to say they did.
What was it you call it? Meerkatting.
60.
It's got the feel of a leg where
60.
whoever hits the first 140 is going to win it. Edgy.
95.
Where we are in the campaign so far, we're starting to get to that middle part of the group where the table really does start to form.
100.
If Harrison can somehow win this leg, we're not too dissimilar to where we started. It's just the whole group of six separated
50.
by just one win.
It's what you want to see on Champions Week, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's how it should be.
55.
As we saw in that promo video, a lot of qualifying campaign averages very similar. 86s, 88s, 89s. The only one that was
85.
different in this group was Bose, who was in excess of 93. Is that going to be the key visit?
$79. Andreas record 105. $45. Connie require 130.
So it's been an exhibition of finishing. been the most poetic way to end it, but Harrison
92.
20 and tops for the points.
Still a good bit of pressure though from Heenan. And we have seen him miss some match doubles. Double 10.
40. Connor, you require 40.
And that could be what condemns Andreas Harrison to the bottom of the table here. Coming up to that midway part of the group. Ideal. Expectant.
No score.
Frustrated.
Unbelievable.
Andreas, you require 20.
Maybe the tides are turning for Harrison. Is he going to do him dirty? Oh,
10.
Bent the wire of double 5.
Well, a game that we've been talking about throughout, being all about the finishing,
Connor,
an
you require
exhibition of
40.
finishing, has all gone wrong when it came down to the crunch. A leg that was nervy and edgy throughout allows Conor Heenan an 8th visit to the board. And Harrison expected that was going to be it. He was nodding along. It's normally the third dart, and it's the one that hurts the most. And edgy deciding leg goes the way of Conor Heenan, and that could be a vital victory in this Group A campaign for Andreas Harrison. He's starting to find himself cut adrift now at the bottom of the table as the table begins to shape. Coming up next, Andy Davidson takes on Kieran Teehan. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Champions Week for Series 7, where Andy Davidson and Kieran Teehan are about to do battle. Davidson won this fixture and won it well yesterday, but he did lose his opening match of the day, whereas Kieran Teehan got off to a better start. It's a group that has been pretty close throughout, although Andreas Harrison, as Matt Edgar mentioned at the end of the previous match, may now be in danger of getting cut adrift. As for the rest of them, all still very much have their eyes on the prize, and that is, of course, winning the group and being the first player through to Champions Night. Back then to the comms team, it is Matthew Edgar alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, this is another interesting tie. Teehan will be
First leg,
absolutely
it's Andy
buoyed by his
Game on.
4-1 win over Heenan. Davidson will be looking to bounce back after
59.
defeat to Bo Greaves.
There's a really
55.
good comment here that we can sort of pick up on and get into as this match starts here, and it says that the difference between
100.
the pros and the amateurs is closing. Do you know what? I don't know where that line is drawn now, because when I look at the 128 tour card holders, they're not the best 128 players in the world. I think we've got players here or players even on the Challenge Tour who are better than the card holder. So where is that line drawn?
Well, that's because the
140.
qualifying criteria in terms of getting a card is flawed. I don't mind having a Q school, but for me, 4 cards in Europe, 4 cards in the UK, so you have full daily tournaments. The winner from each tournament wins their card. The rest of it should be going down to the Challenge Tour.
100.
Absolutely agree. You've got a pool of 900 players and you use 4 days to give out 20 or so cards and 1 year to give out 2.
Yeah. It makes absolutely no sense, but of course,
60.
you've got to look at the financial element to it and the money that Q School generates. But would that many fewer
62.
players try their hand at Q School knowing that there's only 4 spots? I'm not so sure they would.
Out of them 900 players, how many of them are even intending to be a professional dart player?
Correct.
59. And he requires 40. $30. Kieran, it require 128.
Well, we've seen a lot of big finishes in the last game. We saw 4 in one match. It was something I expect to see a lot this week. Team won't be adding to it on this occasion,
and he
but
required 10.
the finishers are coming in strong. Raising the eyebrows there. He
8.
wanted the single one.
Kieran, it required 40. No score.
Someone, you may know this because you do know some quite bizarre facts. Just wait for this. Oh dear.
Game
I'm
shot
not sure
Thursday.
how that's gone in,
Andy
and neither is
Davidson.
he. Gemini's Undone asks, who's the tallest dart pro and the
Second leg, it's
smallest?
Kieran's
Well, I
first.
think it
Game
may
on.
be Big Boris.
I would say Boris Kritschmar would be
140.
definitely the tallest, but if we're talking in recent years, I think he'd be rivaled a little bit by Vincent Kamphaus.
Yes. Yeah, I think he's just a smidge taller. Although if Boris says he's taller, mate.
100.
There was actually a very interesting story I can tell you about Boris Kritschmar. So
120.
Danny Baggish owed me £10 and was practicing on a board, and Boris Kritschmar was on the next one. And I said to him, I says, I'll let you off that tenner if you slap Boris in the face. And without thinking, he just went, bam!
87.
I've never walked away from a situation so fast in my life.
Someone said to me, what would I do if I caught Boris in bed with my missus? I said, tuck him in and ask him what he wants for breakfast.
Bring in a hot chocolate.
And I should imagine, is Schindler the shortest player?
134.
Bit close between him and Darren Webster.
Yeah, because he's dinky.
97. Kieran, he required 40. Game shot on the second leg. Kieran
Oh,
Teehan.
13 darter there from Kieran Teehan. Good response.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, I think on the modern tour, It would have to be Schindler. Do you think you'd
80.
give Big Boris one across the chops for a tenner? I think there'd have to be a few more zeros on there for my liking.
96. $60.
I think I'd need a... Well, if he was sat down, it'd be all right, but I think I'd need a step ladder. Certainly a big box to stand on.
140.
I'd like to say it was the best £10 I've ever spent.
$96.
Strange things that happen on tour, isn't there?
105.
That'd be a good episode, wouldn't it? Tales of the Tour.
Not sure you could do it.
Well, that bounce out eliminates the
39.
opportunity Teehan's going to
And he'll
have of
require
leaving a
100.
finish here. So Davidson with a little bit of time on his hands here. He's going to get a minimum 5 darts at the double.
Game
Doesn't
shot
need
on
them.
the
He's
third
back
leg.
on track with a
Andy
finish in
Davidson.
here. Andy Davidson regains the lead
against Kieran to
and
throw
regains
first.
his hopes
Game
here in Group 8.
Someone just asked me, who's the best player you know that never went pro? Well, that I knew personally, there's a few from Bristol. Johnny
100.
Lavis, Jeff Williams, Stuart Bennett. Probably Mike Jeffries.
Now,
140.
this is a really, really interesting question because I don't think moving forward there's ever an excuse for that answer to that question to ever be answered. Because in the past, you'd have looked at it and gone, well, I can't
100.
travel because I've got to go all around Europe to get the points. I haven't got the funds or I haven't got the time.
And that was the thing. They all had young families and jobs that they couldn't...
57.
And they didn't have the money. They didn't have the finances.
Barriers to participation. There was many, many barriers to participation at a professional level. They are being reduced due to the fact that prize money is better than it's ever been.
95.
Due to the fact that travel now is dropping in price due to competitive and also price comparison websites.
85.
Things such as cashback opportunities available now, which again gives more opportunity. The increased streaming, which means better sponsorship. And the fact the ADC now run events in your own local area that gets you to qualify
81.
for events such as the Super Series. So I think now, if someone says I should have been a pro but I couldn't because of this, I would say now, rather than being a reasonable argument, it's an
54.
excuse.
Yeah, there's now an
125.
affordable avenue in. Well, Gina says, who has the biggest feet? A disadvantage? You may be further away from the board. No, well,
89.
not really. Because the vast majority of players side foot the hockey, so
55. Kieran who requires 36.
That's just given me a really good idea for some bonus content.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
I'll send the
Kieran
invoice
Teehan.
over.
Well, what we should do, right, we should get a pair of clown
I was
shoes.
going to say,
Standing
go
to
with the
throw
clown
first. Game
shoes.
on.
We should have all the players do a challenge wearing clown shoes, but you got to toe the hockey.
95.
Thrown from about 9 foot. Anita asks, when are you pro? When you don't have another job? No, that's not really. I think it's more of
99.
a status of having a tour card. People sort of class you as a professional player, isn't it?
Yeah, see,
96.
I fully get that argument of it's regarding when it's your primary source of income, because in the world, being a professional at something means it's your job. But within darts,
58.
it's like you say, it's seen as more of a status sort of thing. Like the other thing I hate the term semi-pro.
100.
Yeah, what is that?
That just means I'm good at something, but I'm not
Good enough to be a pro.
to earn money from it. Yeah.
134.
Well, yeah, it's a tough one to define in regards to what is a professional player.
I'm not quite sure about this question.
174.
Why is the distance set from the dartboard at the length it is as opposed to shorter or longer?
100, and he
Ooh.
required 36.
Well, the board is measured from the floor to the ball, and then from the ball
Game shot on the
on a
fifth leg.
diagonal to
Andy
the
Davidson.
oki.
Sixth leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on. $93. 85.
Danny Spring says
100.
ADC run in my local area. I have to travel around 60 miles to play vaults. I even travel 135 miles to play in a couple. Well, 60 miles is better than the 6,000 that I used to travel.
45.
You don't realise how privileged we are sometimes in the UK. I know certainly when Danny was over here, and he messaged me, he says, shall we go to this Open? And I looked at it and went, it's like 45 minutes away, I'm not going there. And he's like, Matt, I travel 5-6 hours for something half the prize fund of that.
Yeah, John Parry say they would
81.
travel a day. They'd get 4 of them in a car, take it in turns to drive, and literally spend all day travelling
60.
on the Friday to get there on the Friday night to play the Saturday, Sunday.
That wasn't a big enough blow there for Andy Davidson. 2 trebleless visits has offered Teehan the opportunity, but a bounce out there.
123.
That means Teehan needs to use all 3 should he get a visit, because this is the bullseye for the match.
86.
It's got to
You
go.
only require 105.
It's been a bit of a theme for the day so far, these ton plus outs. Can Teehan add to the tally?
$57, and he required 37.
For the match.
5. Kieran, he required
2
48.
match starts for Davidson. 3 if you include the one at the bullseye. And Teehan goes back to that, taking his time. A little bit of process. That could be tricky.
32.
And
And
was.
he required 32.
So Davidson for the match finds the 32, wins
Andy
the tie
Davidson.
4-2. Disappointing performance from Teehan after playing so well a little earlier against Conor Heenan, but it is Davidson who bounced back after defeat to Bo Greaves with an 84.91 average, 4 from 16 on the doubles. Neither player finding a max unusually. Well, that's the second cycle of matches. On to the third cycle of games as Conor Heenan takes on Bo Greaves.
So we are pretty much at the halfway stage of Group A here at the Super Series on Champions Week. Getting there anyway, will be in a couple of games' time. And here's what's happened so far. Bradley Brooks beating Andreas Harrison, who's lost both of his games 4-3. Lost so many matches 4-3 already, Harrison. And he will be feeling like top spot is a long way away for him. There you see, 4 points adrift now of Brooks, Greaves, Davidson and Heenan. Yeah, the top 5 all remain within 2 points. The top 4, nothing to separate them other than leg difference. And Bradley Brooks only ahead of Bo Greaves because he got a leg in his defeat to her yesterday. She didn't in her last match, beaten 4-0 by Brooks, looking to bounce back then with a win over Conor Heenan in this one. It's tight at the top, and guiding you through all of the Champions Week action, Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, all tight at the top. Big game for both for the same reason. One of these will go top. And how will Bo bounce back? She did it very well yesterday. It was some response. Conor Heenan last time out.
It's Conor to throw
with a very narrow win over
on.
Andreas Harrison. Averaged 88.59, and you would think he'd need to be around that kind of number, if not a little higher.
121.
Yeah, one thing Bo's been very good at is answering any criticism or questions that have been posed of her over the years, and the question gets posed every time she gets a defeat here,
81.
and the likelihood of running away with the group becomes much more slim. But she's a
95.
young player. We've spoke a lot about young players here. Certainly last year when we had a 16-year-old doing so well. And that documentary that did
whatever happened to him?
He didn't do too bad for himself,
42.
did he? And we've got a question in here. Mason, Matt, do you guys know of any young players that we might not have seen that will go to the top?
140.
Can you think of any off the top of your head? I've got one.
Oh.
And the lad is only like 10 years old.
140. Can I reckon 140?
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've heard of him, yeah.
Special talent.
He's been putting in some crazy numbers, hasn't he?
125.
Owen Bryceland. And the thing that's really good for Owen is he's got a father who I've met, and I can say he's so supportive in the right way. There's no pressure, there's no expectation. It's just, I'll take him to the darts if he wants to go. If he doesn't want to go, there's no pressure. If he wants to practice, he can practice. He's really embraced the sort of element of the side of it that's not, I'm going to push him. It's, I'm going to let him be a 10-year-old child who just really enjoys darts. And that passion is coming through in Owen rather than being forced on. Like, certainly when I was coaching in football, you see a lot of people live through their child. And sometimes in darts I've seen it now with the increasing product that people see it as an opportunity where...
40.
Well, it's now a career path, where years ago it wasn't, but football was looked upon as a life-changing career path. And like I say, parents who'd failed or maybe not had the opportunity would force their children to...
live their dreams for them.
Correct.
And not with Owen. He's got a very supportive dad. I
58.
really like the time I spent when I met the family, and yeah, I think he's going to be a special. He's throwing averages over 100.
I know.
100.
Gina asks, where can you get concentration lessons? Well, if you Google brain training or something similar, you'll find plenty of apps out there that will train your mind to remain focused.
89.
Sensible setup, 32 after 12. Great response.
140, but you require 32. Game shot in the second leg. Bo Greaves.
Response was the word he used, and a great response in general there from Bo. A 13 dart leg to hit back.
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first.
And after playing the last 5 legs without even going a dart at the double, she only took 1 to get it out. So again, just shows there's no lingering thoughts there for Bo.
Well, Bo did a bit of a job on Heenan yesterday. Averaged 97 in the process.
100.
Limiting Heenan to just 2 darts at a double in the entire match.
43. $60.
Question again for us both. Which huge countries are most unrepresented in pro darts? China, Russia, etc.
180.
I mean, Asia have got a lot of players, haven't they now?
They have, but I would say it's, again, certainly on the top table, there's not enough players dining there.
Correct.
This would be some conversion for Bo Greaves. She could take the 161 at the back of the 180.
$60. Connie required 56.
To keep that pattern going of holds of throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Connor Heenan. Fourth leg, it's Bo to throw first. $140.
Nathan Rogers reckons
60.
Bradley Brooks will win because he's the best looking dart player. Well, there was actually a poll on that, wasn't there? It was in one of the papers, and it was actually won by Damon Heta.
26.
Wow.
Only because I'm no longer on the Pro Tour, otherwise I would have defended my title for the 11th year.
96.
I did win second prize once in a beauty contest. Got a tenner for it.
How old were you? 18 months old or something?
180.
No lack of maxes in this one. That's the 4th. Make that the 5th. Great heads up a little earlier, Matt, regarding the 180s as well.
One thing you can rely on, isn't it, when Bo's playing?
Well, if we see a pattern, we should try and guide you to find a little bit of value here and there. That's stunning.
Game shot
Absolutely stunning.
Bo Greaves. Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
There always seems to be a bit of value in Bo to hit the most 180s. It's not too far off
55.
in regards to the even money mark for her fixtures. But yet, she wins it so often and hits many. I mean, we look at the champion.
60.
Qualifying week was 0.36. She was 0.31 per leg yesterday. She's...
I think it was one game where she didn't hit a max.
55.
She's at 7 on 80 so far today. And this is only a third match. So the stats back up the fact that Bo to hit most 180s is always a bit of a value play.
$57. $180. 140. Connie required 76.
6 maximums in a game that's only at 2 apiece. This is what you get on Champions Week.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Connor Heenan.
Creative.
6th leg, it's Bo to throw first. Game on.
From Connor.
Well, when you take a look at the mid-power scores, it's level on every metric, which is why this is just going with throw.
41.
And that advantage of throw could be the thing that separates the pair.
Connor Heenan averaging close to 103.
80.
Well, 101.91 now after the 80. Bo Greaves, as we predicted, would respond and bounce back.
60. 46.
Heenan in that dream position where you've got 2 legs, 2 opportunities to get the job done.
100.
I love that bit of insurance.
And essentially, this is the way round you want to do it, where you're against the throw first, because you have that bit of freedom where you can
140.
have a leg, and it allows you to settle down from the situation of being so close to the finishing line.
60.
He loves a max.
180. 60. Connie required 55. 15.
There's nothing Bo Greaves can do. There's no master out in steel-tipped darts. It's just purely set it up and hope that Connor Heenan doesn't get the job done, and the
60.
favourite could
Connie
be in
required
trouble.
40. Game
Coming
shot
into
and the
Champions
match.
Week, Bo Greaves has never even
Heenan.
lost a game of darts on the Super Series stage. She's now gone back-to-back in defeats here, and her chances of winning this group are just starting to dwindle away a little bit. She finds herself slipping down the table, and Connor Heenan puts himself into contention. This group is going to go down to the wire, but what a performance from Heenan. Just shy of 100 on the average, and he has made his claim here at Champions Week. Bradley Brooks takes on Andy Davidson in our next match.
So following back-to-back defeats for Bo Greaves, the question now is who will move in front of her and join Conor Heenan at the top of the table. One of these two players will, Bradley Brooks and Andy Davidson, looking to take their tally to 10. Brooks won this match 4-2 yesterday, but we have seen plenty of results reversed already today. So without further ado, let's get this one underway. Mace, Matt, all yours.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, great opportunity for both players here to join Heenan on the top of the table. I think this is the way this group's going to go, Matt. They're just going back and forth, trading wins.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Big shock, I suppose,
Game
is
on.
Bo losing back-to-back matches, but this was something we said she would face because the level of play is going to be higher, where you cannot afford to be slightly off your A game.
Everyone will beat everybody was the prediction beforehand, and do you know what? I'm quite with James Bowden here, who reckons this is going to come down to the last set of games tomorrow. I think that makes perfect sense. May come down to that last lap of fixtures. I certainly hope so.
60.
I'd love to see the jeopardy. But when it comes to it, you've got to say day 2 at the moment's been all about Bradley Brooks. He has been the class act. He's been the quality.
56. $95. 60.
And it is good to see from Bradley Brooks.
95. Bradley require 145.
Real character coming through rather than that disappointed figure we saw yesterday.
Loving the determination.
91, and he require 170.
Well, we've seen a lot of finishers. We're yet to see the big one, the 170 go.
96.
Best one we've seen so far, the 160. 54. That was hit yesterday by Conor Heenan. This one a little bit simpler for Bradley, but will count oh so important.
Game shot in the first leg. Bradley Brooks.
Fuss free. Gets the job done in leg 1.
Game on.
We're going to see the players asked a few questions, aren't we, over the
28
course of the next day and a half. We are pretty much at the halfway point of this Group A.
96.
I can assure you there's added pressure. You don't even contemplate wanting to play in Group B or Group C. Just want to get it done and guarantee your spot at the earliest opportunity into finals night.
$97.
Reminder of those groups. We have Group C, which will be taking place in the afternoon session on Thursday and Friday. That'll be the bottom 3 players from Group A. And they're going to be joined by the first 93. Man to put his name into that, Reese Robinson, Bradley Roos, and Neil Duff.
Yeah, Reese Robinson, mine and Matt's outside tip. Not that I'd have him as an outsider, but the book has made him, what was he, 14-1 yesterday?
Not anymore. Maybe it was what we pointed out yesterday. Maybe other people saw it and thought, really? He's dropped down to 10s before throwing it up.
Even that's too big.
Tops attempt there. And
Brandy requires 75.
one of the benefits of the lie of the angle of the dart that Andy's got, it doesn't block it up for him. But that now means that Bradley needs a treble. Had he hit the single, he could have gone single to double. Well, he's not even in the right corridors here, Bradley Brooks.
35, and he requires 40.
This for a level game.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Davidson.
Players who finish in second and third position in this group, they will qualify for Group B, where they're going to be joined by last week's winner, Cam Crabtree, who probably is in the perfect position here. Going into Group B, where it's got that mathematical advantage in regards to places, Andy gets a couple of days off after winning. Jimmy Van Ski, who's just picked up another WF title this past week and playing some good darts, is Jimmy.
60.
And someone I know too well, and not for the right reasons. Darius Labanauskas.
96.
I say that name through gritted teeth.
140.
If you're wondering why, it's because he's knocked me out of various world championships. I mean, what's the chance I even draw him 2 years in a row? Like,
yeah, that's unlikely. Louis wants to know, why do players
94.
lick their fingers? Grip.
there are some players, though, aren't there, where you
42.
look at them and go, I really don't want to shake their hand, because they really do give it a good licking. Either that or they've just been visiting a popular chicken
125.
establishment.
Absolutely.
47. Bradley required 52.
There's a good leg here for Bradley with the throw.
Game shot in the third leg.
Sort of textbook,
Bradley
isn't it? If you can
Brooks.
hold your throw in 15 darts, you're forcing your opponent to go out in 12.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Very rarely do you get caught out under those circumstances.
85. $41.
Almost visibly see him there, just force the issue after holding him 15, seeing Davidson just start with
100.
85, and you could see Bradley thinking, right, come on, 140, 180, 140, 180, rather than just let it come to you. Rely on your ability.
97.
I always use a phrase that you should play darts like a dart player, not play darts like a commentator. Because we'll sit here and say, oh, if it's a 140 here, if it's a treble there, and you can't let that come into your thought pattern. We're explaining and guiding the game for people to understand that are watching, not telling you how to play it as a player.
140.
And
Yeah, two different, completely different things, isn't
absolutely. Because one just pressures the situation all the time.
125.
So that thing yesterday when you say to yourself, do not miss. Well, you've already talked yourself into it.
53. And he required 95. $63. Bradley required
Quite like that play there from
170.
Andy Davidson there. The first dart was far enough away, though it wasn't a help to him. And Bradley Brooks did it earlier on, left his opponent on 170. And Andy Davidson there just saying to him,
96, and he required
I don't
32.
think you can do that.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Ends up
Andy
leaving what
Davidson.
looks to be a favourite double for Andy Davidson.
Yeah, you would think that 16s and
Fifth leg, it's
tops, with the
Bradley
way
to
his
throw
darts
first.
go in, would suit. He has been some find. May not be textbook the way he goes about it, but he can certainly play,
119.
as we saw in his qualification week with those big averages he produced. A personal best
100.
average of in excess of 110. We see it so often here, players producing their personal best averages.
134.
It's conducive with doing just that. It's the most perfect
100.
environment to play the game.
$92. $100. Bradley required 156. 140.
Beautiful setup play there for Bradley. That's the dream position where you can hit a 140, 180 and leave yourself on one of those
134,
favourite
ready,
doubles.
required 16.
But he does have Davidson waiting to strike.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Once
Bradley
again,
Brooks.
textbook leg there for Bradley Brooks. 5 visits or less to hold the throw.
Not doing a
Sixth leg,
lot
it's Andy
on
to throw
the
first. Game
Davidson throw, hence the average some 8 points off of his
98.
current winning leg average. A 15 darter, of course, is a 100.20. He's averaging 92. That will climb.
140.
You think of any more quirky things players used to do? They say like the licking the fingers. I know I looked into this before,
96.
and like Rob Cross likes to give the hockey a good beating, doesn't he?
Yeah,
before he
and rub his
throws?
leg.
Yeah. Drink water. It's one of the safest
40.
bets when Rob Cross is playing, isn't it? Over 12.5 bottles of water.
180.
I did say to Rob Bain, his manager, he could change his nickname from Voltage to Waterboy.
41. And he required 127.
He must have a bladder the size of a football.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
There is we've seen
Andy
some unusual
Davidson.
routes out, but, well, I can honestly say that's the first time I've seen that one.
7 from final leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Trouble 20, trouble 13, double 14. Well, we talk about being creative. That was very creative.
58.
I mean, that baffled me so much. I've even had to put it into the calculator just to make sure it was right.
46.
Remember what we said yesterday about people don't actually know the numbers, they know the patterns. So when it comes off the patterns, it baffled me. But really successful there. Good shot.
41.
Gary Anderson likes to kick the hockey as well, doesn't he? And he comes down on it with his foot, doesn't he? Drags
Yeah,
on
steps on it first.
Does
Yeah,
Joe Cullen do that as well?
quite a lot of people do. I do it as well. And the reason is it's just to keep moving. So sometimes you'll go to the hockey and the player will be taking the darts out.
125.
Where if you stand on it first, then you reset. You're still moving, so you're not stood waiting, and it gives
Makes
time
sense.
to clear the hockey.
85.
Yeah, makes sense. Mincer Sulovic with his twirling of the darts, the finger work.
180.
What a time for a maximum that is from Bradley Brooks. He's down in that same block
60.
again.
Bradley
Textbook
required 97.
darts with the throw. And he's on for the match.
Game
What a
shot
performance
on the
that was from
match.
Bradley Brooks. He
Bradley
really
Brooks.
used the advantage of throwing first there, always in that 15 dart block, 5 visits or less. And that's what you need to do, a textbook way there of just serving out the game. Bradley Brooks knows that he was in a close one there with Andy Davidson. A good game from both, but it's Bradley Brooks that leaves with the points. And coming up next is Kieran Teehan, Andreas Harrison.
Champions Week at the Live Lounge here at the Modus Super Series, the 7th series now. And the pressure is mounting on Andreas Harrison. Just a couple of wins so far in Group A, and defeat here pretty much condemns him to playing every day during the week. And if he is to make it through to finals night, then it might have to be through his secondary group. But he could change the direction of travel if he gets a win against Kieran Teehan. Harrison, well, he's lost 5 matches, 4 of them in last leg deciders. So don't be fooled by the actual points tally and wins tally. He has played okay. The only match, in fact, that he didn't lose in the decider was against Teehan yesterday. Hightower thumped the Swede 4-1 in this fixture. Can he get revenge in this one? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, a must-win game for Andreas Harrison. And like you say, what happened after yesterday, I'm not sure how much confidence he will have left, if any at all, because what could have gone wrong pretty much has gone wrong for him so far, Matt.
Things just have gone against him in terms of the timing, haven't they, with Harrison? He's been so close, and then someone just pops in a big finish against him, and now he's getting a little bit detached at the bottom of the table.
140.
There's still hope for him that he can win this group due to the fact that everyone's been beating each other. But at the moment, the attention really is drawn to Bradley Brooks, who is making a
60.
real good move here today.
Following this one
100.
will be a top of the table clash between Bradley Brooks and Conor Heenan, and then we're going to see a real gap
60.
in the table. As you rightly said, it will begin to take shape, and it's doing so right now. For so long it was nip and tuck.
100.
When things have been sort of going against you, you do then try a little bit harder. You feel you need to find more, don't you? Rather than thinking, the tide will change. These are things that don't happen in every single game, but you want it in your hands. You want to control the situation.
52.
You end up looking for more and ultimately finding less.
Correct. Never force the issue. And we see it so often with the players that have these free-flowing, languid,
52.
almost natural type throws, that the minute there is any kind of forced nature in that throw, the throw will break down.
Ratio required 56.
The key to success with a throw like this is remaining as relaxed and as natural as possible.
36. Kieran requires 16.
He's had opportunities, hasn't he? Dirty Harrison. He's just not been taking those 2 darts here and there, which is what you get on Champions Week. You don't expect revisits.
No score.
But it's nice when it happens.
Ratio required 20. Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
A little bit of good fortune.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $100.
It might be the good fortune he needs to give himself hope and get him back into this group. So there is a bit of damage done, but it's not yet been a critical blow.
100.
Just winning this game would move him off the bottom of the table and relegate Teehan down.
Well, he managed to find a
95.
couple of wins in the back end of his session yesterday. He's going to have to do the same today.
140.
Isabel mentioning that Conor doesn't know the difference between yellow and orange. That's imperative if you're talking about snow, Isabel.
45. $140. $125. Andreas, you require 108.
Oh, and that's gone in the 3, which has eliminated the opportunity here for Andreas Harrison. He was looking for the 419s for the double 16.
68.
Do you like the 18s on 108?
I love the 19s. I'm a big double 16 fan, you see. So.
Ah,
Game shot on the second leg. Kieran Teehan.
now, my advice to the beginners
So it's Kieran to throw
is go the
first.
18s route,
Game
because big 1 still got to finish, big 4 still got to finish.
It's been happening
85.
so much this for Andreas Harrison, hasn't it? Everything he's missed, he's been punished for. And it's happened again there. Made the slip, punished on the 91. And I guess there is only so many of
81.
them you can take before it does start to waver your performance. And maybe we're getting to that point now for Andreas Harrison, who the average is starting to slide as the day
99.
goes.
Good morning, Lewis. Welcome along. Glad you're enjoying the
140.
action. Sydney asks, Matt and Chris, who do you think will win this game?
100.
I don't know. Have your dinner money on some dinner. Don't give it to the bookies. Hey, Chris, is there any PDC players called Keith?
59.
Not in the top 32.
Why Keith?
I don't know.
83. Kieran, you require 158.
There's a Keane.
Yeah. Barry Keane.
There's a Kevin. We might be seeing a 158. Harrison thinks he's seen this.
Game
He's
shot
nodding
the
along in the
third
background, and it's happened
Guaranteed.
again. Surely he can't
it's
take many
Andreas
more of
to
these
throw
blows
first.
and still be feeling
Game on.
positive.
$97.
To be fair, that's the third big finish as well we've seen from Teehan. He's had a 156, he's had a 148, and now a 158.
54. $95.
For anyone waiting with bated breath on the Keith scenario, I've actually got an answer for you.
85.
We don't have one on the Pro Tour, but there is one ranked number 52 on the Challenge Tour called Keith Rooney.
Yeah, an Irish lad that was around years ago.
There you go.
59.
Some Keith for you. He was one of those players that was sort of expected to come through. He was one of the first young players to get onto the TV stage, wasn't
I
he?
remember Phil was going to sponsor him, wasn't he, and help him.
$140.
I remember watching a game in Crawley that Keith Rooney was playing. I think it was against Andy Hamilton, and he beat him and then stood there in full Michael Jackson
60.
pose.
Andreas, you require 110.
That could answer a fair few questions then, Matt.
70. $84. Underage required 40.
For a level game.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Levels it
Andreas
up.
Harrison.
Again, just going with those hold to throw, which is what you expect on Champions Week. It is playing to expectations.
5th flag, it's Kieran to throw first. $140.
What's his name in the chat? Oh, God.
60.
No, Lendl, I don't promote gambling when people are asking advice in a YouTube chat room of who to bet on. That would be rather irresponsible.
Threw a lot of shoulder into that, Andreas Harrison.
85.
Ultimately, maybe just trying to push it a little bit now.
Isn't
78.
Lithuania that plays darts? Rasmus from... Is he Lithuanian?
That's right, Labanauskas, isn't it?
Ah.
100.
Yeah.
Here in record 143.
Won't even make...
Oh, it could be another one for Teehan. It is another one for Kieran Teehan. Just today, 148, 158, and now 143, and it's again against Harrison. If I was Harrison, I'd probably just walk off stage now, go pack my bags, and just say, "I'll see you for Group C."
I certainly wouldn't be doing the lottery tonight.
140.
Well, it's got to change sometime, hasn't it?
Well, that would be my mindset.
96.
I almost just try and laugh it off and accept it, and then you probably find you play a little bit better.
70.
The worst thing about the lottery is when you get that text message saying you've won on the lottery, and then you click on it, you've won £2.
Or a lucky dip.
60.
Congratulations, you've won a free go.
Where you're going to win absolutely nothing on that as well.
45.
You might get another free go.
Afternoon, Harry. Well, it's afternoon where we are. I'm not sure what time it is where you are. Yeah, we're both well, both enjoying the action. Certainly enjoying it a lot more than Andreas Harrison is right now.
40.
12:05 here in the UK. We'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Your start time for decision day. See who does win this group. We've got 6 more games still to come though today. Plenty of action.
55.
And plenty of shaping to be done in regards to the table. We are nowhere near a conclusion here in Group A.
46.
But if Kieran Teehan here can find a 140, we may be getting close to the conclusion of this match.
That was a bit of a flyer on that one.
45. Andreas Shabakwa, 160. 60.
Still to come, Bradley Brooks versus Conor Heenan up next, then Bo versus Kieran, Andy Davidson versus Harrison, Teehan versus Brooks, Heenan versus Davidson, and our final game of the session, Andreas Harrison versus Bo Greaves.
Another one of those to join the party of the big finishers. It seems to be the case that Every time Andreas Harris is on the stage, we get a lot of Tumpless
Seventh
checkouts.
and final leg, it's Kieran
For
to throw
and
first.
against.
Game on.
That is his 5th big finish of the week. Joins Teehan as the leader of that. We've had Heenan with 4, Brooks with
57.
4. Bo Greaves is the least likely to hit a big finish. He's only hit the 1, and that was a 1-2-1 finish.
140. $61. $140.
It's about 140s for Harrison in a deciding leg.
$96.
And in firm control. He's left himself with
57.
plenty to
Reg
do.
require 40.
Double 10. Chase into the 5s.
No score.
And that double trouble rears
Kieran,
its
you
ugly head
require
again.
170.
Seen it so often.
We'll get another opportunity. But this could be his final opportunity to keep his hopes alive here of Group A success. And he gets there. He gets the job done in the end. And
Andreas Harrison.
he was hit with a couple of haymaker blows there from Kieran Teehan. The 158, the 143. He had to dig really deep there to get the points on the board. And he does, and he can rightly so have a smile to himself at the back of the stage. He leaves the stage knowing he'll be still in with a chance in this Group A. He actually comes off the bottom of the table, which I'm sure we'll be taking a look at in a few moments' time. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets there.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back. Well, it's Champions Week here at the Super Series, and Chris Mason, it's exactly what Champions Week should be, isn't it? No one's running away with it, and after that last result, nobody's out of it still.
Yeah, it was a big win for Andreas, and it was a must-win game against a player who was going to be full of confidence going into that one. He's been very good so far, Teehan, I think. Andreas, what could have gone wrong has gone wrong, and he'll be relieved just to have picked up another win and move on to 6 points, and more importantly for him and psychologically off the foot of the table.
Yeah, a really significant result. Let's take a look at all of the results from today. It was another 4-3 for Andreas. I was saying just before that match, he's been on the wrong end of 4 4-3s already, so could get a little bit of confidence just winning a decider.
Well, when you look at the leg difference for him, it's not a catastrophe. Where you look at someone like Conor Heenan, and that leg difference is actually inferior to that of Andreas, and that's just the way it's worked out. I think the big, well, not a surprise, but Bo losing back-to-back games, which has surprised a few. But listen, at this level, you're not going to, in a race to 4, you're not going to win everything. It's a big difference winning a group or a campaign, which she did without dropping a game. But in Champions Week, it's very tough.
Yeah, it was Bradley Brooks who really turned on the style against Greaves, and he's replaced her at the top of the table. A fantastic win for him, and he looks a lot more comfortable and confident today.
Yeah, there was a bit of uncertainty and dare I say it, a bit of disillusion with, although he picked up wins yesterday, he was far from happy with his level of play. And yes, he has in certain areas been better today, but just all round a better attitude, and he's giving less away. You can't afford to give your opponent just anything to feed off. And when you're showing them that you're not happy and negative, as an opponent, you jump all over that.
And you mentioned before for Harrison, he was just not getting the rub of the green. Conor Heenan, though he's played well, he does seem to have had Lady Luck on his side at times as well.
Yeah, he's living a bit of a charmed life at the moment, isn't he? He's played okay in spells. I mean, he is one of those streak-type players, and I think that's conducive with his type of throw, where there's a lot of mechanical movements going on in it. But when he gets it right, my goodness, doesn't he get it right?
Yeah, we'll take a look at the table in just a moment, Mace, but just want you to kind of dissect this. In fact, let's have a look now, because as we said at the start, if results go a certain way, we could be sat here at the start of tomorrow's show almost as if we were starting on Monday again.
Yeah, I mean, it could follow a very similar pattern to what we had when we started first thing this morning, where they were separated by just that one win. And listen, Bradley will be thrilled to be at the top of the table. On 10 points, won 5 of his 8 matches. Heenan the same. Bo now will be looking to really bounce back. And I thought she played very well last time out, but it just wasn't enough. And that could be the case, and has been the case for a lot of the players so far in this campaign. And I think I can't see anything to indicate that will change at the moment.
Just the way it's fallen, though, over our shoulders now. Bradley Brooks and Conor Heenan, the top 2 about to play each other, so one of them will move out right top of the table. How big a match could this be sort of late on Tuesday?
Yeah, this is massive. This is the first and only opportunity that has arisen where I think a player can almost sort of grab this group by the scruff of the neck and put a bit of authority on it. And the winner of this will have that opportunity, but it's no good winning this one and then losing your next match, because that defeats the effort that you're going to take in winning a game like this. But I think for Bradley, he looks the most likely to me at the moment. He looks rock solid. He looks like he's really switched on.
There you go. You've answered the question I was going to ask you, so I'll let you get back to comms. Let's get the game underway. The top 2 clash, and Chris will join Matthew Edgar to guide you through the action.
Got to agree with what Mason said there regarding Bradley Brooks. The demeanour, the character, the quality he has shown today is completely different to what we saw from him yesterday. And the way in which he won that last game was very impressive, with the constant hold to throw in that sort of 5 visits or less. He will have the advantage of throwing first here against Conor Heenan, and if he can serve it out the same way, Conor Heenan is going to have his hands full. However, when we're talking about the improvement that Bradley Brooks has made throughout the day, we can't not say the same, should I say, about Conor Heenan, who started his day very slowly, averaging just 76. He put 12 points on his average for match number 2, averaging 88, and then put 10 points on his average, coming off in the last game with a 98. So we've got 2 players here that will be both full of confidence, which normally will lead us to a long game and a good game.
Yeah, well, you picked up on a bit of a pattern yesterday where the players were almost what you could call peaking in their daily performance levels. And I have to say, I was a little concerned by the way that Heenan started, but as you rightly said, he's just built on that and just improved game on game, and you feel like he's going to have to do the same here.
21.
5 of the 6 players yesterday, their best game came in fixture 3 or 4. So far, 3 of the players, so half the field's best performance came in lap number 3. We now enter fixture number 4, and again, I think we're going to get that same pattern. Fixture 3 and 4 being the best standard of the day from the individuals.
Yeah, more often than not, they're key matches, and no more so than this one, because, as Chris Murphy rightly said, this is for bragging rights
85.
in terms of table position. And the winner of this will go back into that practice room, bit of plumage, chest pumped like a bantam.
But I don't think either of these
90.
are the sort of player that would go and really drive home that advantage in a psychological sense to the rest of the room.
41. But it requires 70.
If it were me, I'd want to be going in there with a trophy saying, fingers are already on it, lads.
Harry White said, boys, I was going to ask this last game, but it finished. I'm intrigued what can go wrong with a player like Andreas, arguably the best player without a tour card. I wouldn't agree with that. And just not being at that level. Well, if you actually look at his running numbers, he's, well, not far off of his level. And what can go wrong with the throw is it's something that we have already examined a little earlier, where he sometimes doesn't quite, well, his throw is, the extension of the throw and the release point of the dart is a little bit too early. And although he manages it very well and can produce staggering performances, darts is all about consistency.
Looking like it's Connor to throw first.
And a little bit of good fortune along the way, and he's had neither.
139. $85.
What did Harrison average for the day yesterday?
100.
91.
91, which is higher than his qualifying campaign, was it?
Yes, yeah.
So there you go. He's played better so far this week than he did in qualifying. Interesting how
140.
people's perception or observation sometimes are skewed by the results.
$140. Connie, 122.
Another one of those. Would have left 7. Instead, it's the bullseye.
Game shot the second leg.
Is that a fifth?
That is. 112, 160, 117, 127, and now 122.
On the button.
$60.
Do you know yesterday when I said I expect to see a lot of tumpless checkouts?
We didn't have one until
180.
Was it match 4 or 5?
We've now had 25 tumpless checkouts already.
58.
We've not even completed day number 2. I guess that's why we do have 12 champions here this week.
100. $60.
It's been a highly entertaining Group A so far, as you'd expect in a Champions Week.
100. 60. Connie require 121. 45. 56. Connie requires 76. 36.
Well, we credited Bradley quite a lot for being so clinical on holding his throat.
133.
He's managed 18 darts here and is yet to get down to a finish. Conor Heenan may step in, dish up a rare break on the Bradley Brooks throat. And the chance was there.
Bradley requires 74.
He wasn't able to take it. Bradley will be expecting at least a dart here. It's a dart tops a target he prefers, a target he tries to leave.
Game shot on the third
The target
leg.
he's got a lot of confidence on.
Fourth leg, it's Conor to throw
This is an
first.
interesting question. Who would you say the best player is currently without a tour card?
180.
I think that's a very hard question.
I don't think we're really deep enough into the
85.
season yet. Danny Anson's top of the Challenge Tour, isn't he? He's been very good this year.
55.
Often a name that goes under the radar.
If you want to talk about the highest performer, you can't look any further than Darryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, in terms of numbers, yeah.
However, he
135.
doesn't turn those numbers into wins, so he can't be the best player without a tour card, because the highest performer against the best player is a different thing.
180.
I would put an argument
43.
forward
Will it
for
require
a player like
86?
Andy Bolton.
Yeah, in terms of solid and reliable in every area. Well, it's not a
Game
ton
shot
plus, but
fourth
it's a
leg.
sweet little
Conor
86.
Heenan. Fifth
Someone
leg, it's
says
Bradley to
Scott
throw
Taylor,
first.
but he doesn't
Game on.
often replicate his level of play we see here on the tour, does he?
85. 100.
Your burner account is up and running, I see, Matt. Matt Edgar is the best without one. Interesting name you've picked there, Matt. Bella Estelle.
58.
I don't even call myself a player anymore.
140.
Don't steal my line, Matt. Don't get me YouTubing.
60. 140.
Good leg this from Heenan. Back to back 140s. Stealing a march on the Bradley Brooks throw. He had an opportunity to break him not long ago, and he feared that the opportunity for Heenan may have passed, but he's carving himself out another chance.
This is the perfect time to break, isn't it?
105. Bradley require 164.
It was just a single, but either way, it's going to hurt. And I guarantee if you asked Bradley, he'd have thought it was in.
Conor, you require 16. Game shot on the fifth leg.
And he found the top
Conor
corner.
Heenan.
And this is a bizarre one for me. Who from David? Who would you say has a tour
Sick
card
leg,
but
it's
is not
Conor
good
to
enough
throw
to have it?
first.
Well, they didn't get given it. It wasn't on the back of a cornflakes box, was it? Didn't win it in a raffle down the pub.
34.
They won it because they were good enough to get it.
I think if the question was reworded to won't keep it, or the requirements of it, which is the top 64, I think there could be a debate there. One I probably wouldn't join in with because it wouldn't be too fair.
No.
I've certainly got an opinion on it, but all opinions do not need to be voiced.
97. $100.
Opinions can be monetized.
140.
So Brooks down to a finish, but it is a biggie, and it's all about this last start really for Conor Heenan.
65. Bradley require 164.
Quite like that coming away there to stay on that 20s line.
$96. Conor require
This
120.
is for the match. And to put himself top of the table.
60. Bradley requires 68.
Well, to take us to a decider and get the all-important break back, he's going to have one dart tops, and he's been good on this today.
Game shot on the sick flag.
Been very good on it, and
Bradley
there again,
Brooks.
that positivity. See the reaction from Bradley Brooks. It was one of positivity,
Seventh and final leg, it's
where
Bradley
yesterday
to
it was
throw
all
first.
very much,
Game on.
I've won the leg. Even though I've won the leg, it was disappointing.
Yeah, it was 19 darts or 17 darts. Well, sometimes you just got to knuckle down and get it done. I'm amazed here, Matt, at the lack of understanding of
180.
beautiful. No better time to hit one of like how the tour card works and how many have tour cards, and I'm sure you've done
134.
plenty of videos on this, haven't you, on your channel, Edgar TV. He's not promoting it, I am. But have a look over there because there is some great explanations of how
174.
you get a tour card, and this is a great example of how you get a 9-darter in the deciding leg.
Well, he's had one done against him in one of the most
60.
famous 9-darters ever hit, Willie
147.
Borland at the World Championship. So he knows all about a last leg decider and a 9-dart finish. And a dart away from doing the Willie Borland.
I was convinced
59.
that was
Bradley
going in.
required 36. No
How many
score.
times have we seen a player be on a 9-darter and then not be able to close it out?
Yep. It is a frightening number.
100. Bradley required 36. Game shot.
Not on
and
this
the
occasion.
match.
It goes away at Bradley
Brooks.
Brooks. We've been saying about that holder throw being so strong for him, and it's not really much Conor Heenan could have done there in that last one. Bradley Brooks walks off the stage. A fourth victory of the day. He's Mr. 100%. It's 4 from 4 for Bradley Brooks, and that puts him onto the top of the table, but he may be having a challenger breathing down his neck very soon, because Bo Greaves is coming on next against Kieran Teehan.
Welcome back to the Super Series. And if Bo Greaves was the story of qualifying for Champions Week, and indeed the story of yesterday, the first day of it, then Bradley Brooks has certainly taken over on today's chapter as the pragmatist. He has won all of his matches so far and almost produced a perfect leg just before the break there. He couldn't quite nail the double, but he is top of the table, and now Bo Greaves is looking to avoid losing more ground after back-to-back defeats. She's trying to get herself out of a little bit of a slump in form, but it'll be tough going against Kieran Teehan, who's shown all of his quality at times this week, despite being the outsider with the bookmakers, not just for the group, but for the week. So it's a favourite against the outsider, and our commentary duo remain Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, Bo's 2-5. 9-4 about Teehan. And we are waiting for the response from Bo. You almost feel it's imminent, Matt.
81.
Yeah, when we look at what she's done in reaction before, and this was the fixture yesterday where Bo put in that 108.75 average, game number 4. Which doesn't surprise me at all, because it gives her that time to sort of evolve into the day.
Yeah, and Bo has that bounce back ability. We talk about 60. It a lot, that some players can almost dwell for too long, and you can't change what's happened. You can't change that dart. Never mind the match that happened before it. You've got to play in the moment.
58. $97. $100.
Interesting, getting pest advice in the chat. Wow. Coffee grounds is a safe way to repel pests like mosquitoes, wasps and bees. Oh, every day's a school day on the chat.
$82. Carrying it back 164.
Oh, another one of those. It could be biggest finish of the week.
Oh. 139. Value required 38.
That is a long way off. Doesn't find the adjustment.
25.
A few wayward darts here from Bo. Maybe those results weighing a little heavier than we originally thought.
Game shot in the first leg. Kieran Teehan.
Off camera, we had this conversation that I've been impressed with, as you have, with the way Bo is managing her career in terms of the speed in which she makes those jumps across
57.
And potentially at some point go into Q school. And what people got to remember, although what she is achieving is absolutely outstanding, there's
81.
probably 50 or 60 players that can hit those big averages that she's been producing. And the problem is then, and we've seen it from many players, some with vast amounts of experience at this level,
100.
that it's okay losing the odd game, but once you get on a run and you start to not be able to find a win anywhere, it just weighs too heavy and it creates its own pressure.
100.
And it's tough to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's breaking that pattern as well when you've got all the expenses and the tour that comes with it, and you can only really play on the tour. You can't make that loss anywhere else. And
yeah, and it's the pressure of expectation as well. That weighs heavy. And I say, though,
100.
if you look at her seasonal numbers and you match them up against the Pro Tour, it's going to be tough. I'm not saying that her game will not find another level, because I believe it will. But it's the damage it does in the process and whether you can deal with defeat on a regular basis, because every top pro has to do that.
180. 180. Kieran, you reckon 144.
The seasonal averages suggest around about a 90 average would have you about the top 86.
Yeah, that just puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
100, but you require 40.
But this is a good response from Bo. In
Game
regards to
shot,
getting a
second
throw
leg.
straight away.
Bo Greaves.
13 data there to break here and Teehan.
Third leg, it's Bo
Lendl
to
asked,
throw
if you were a
first. Game
teacher,
on.
Mace, what subject would you teach? Life. Life skills.
60.
Do you know what? I think that should be 90% of school. Oh, we're going proper off track here, aren't we?
100%. Spot on, mate. Bang on the money.
But there's so much of it that's just so irrelevant these days.
60.
And unused. Social skills should be one of the first things that are taught, and the ability to communicate.
100.
Meanwhile, we'll do a bit of Shakespeare for 6 months.
Yeah. I mean, no doubt I was right for Sid Waddell. He used it a lot in
54.
commentary, but...
$140.
Who's the most boring, no emotion
140.
player? Kieran Teehan or Matt Clark? You, Jord, I'm afraid. Because that's a really boring thing to post on the chat.
Is that the first lesson there from Mr. Mason
95.
in life skills?
Just the negativity, isn't it? I mean, my goodness.
There's no negativity here from Bo
85.
Greaves.
require
This has been
106.
a solid reaction to what has been 2 back-to-back defeats and losing a throw in the opening leg. Looking for one of those 5 visits or leg hold a throw,
Game
and
shot on the third
the
leg.
second tumbleless
Bo
checkout of the
Greaves.
week. She's joining in the party. But the only party she's going to want to be joining in
Four
is the
minutes,
one at
Kieran
the
to
top of
throw
the
first.
table,
Game on.
which is currently occupied by Bradley Brooks.
She will take P2 with a win here.
100.
This is your live in-play table, so it's already including the points of if Bo Greaves was to win this game, which is currently 2-1 up in. So this is exactly how it stands
60.
in this very moment in time.
Jord, I personally think Bo is 100% ready for Pro Tour. Well, then you disagree with the person herself, who will tell you that she's not. But it's okay.
100.
And we just gave you a perfect explanation of where her numbers are and where she would sit.
100.
There is actually an interview available where
100.
I sat down with Bo Greaves and Henry Deacon. We spoke about the Pro Tour and what it'd be like should she take that step, and she didn't believe that
60.
it was right for her career at this moment in time. And, you know, I agree. I think she's doing everything right.
Everything perfectly.
Her actual words was she feels she'll get destroyed on the tour right now. And one thing
60.
she's doing, she's coming here. This Super Series is very new to Bo. She's 20 years old. She's played 1 week here at the Super Series. That was a great week and a great step forward. She's having her first taste of Champions Week.
93.
She's dipping her
Here
toe
in
into the
require
development tour.
141.
She's making really good progress, and there's no point in rushing that.
Yeah, at a perfect pace as well for me.
54. $100. Kieran require 87.
Not to forget those 2 stars she's wearing on her collar as well. She's got other ambitions as well. She'd like to be known as the best lady player of all time, I'm sure. It's 5-5 for Teehan.
Game
And
shot on
that
the
is a
fourth
nice
leg.
clinical finish. That's what he's been
Teehan.
doing well. But we know
Fifth
at
leg,
the
it's Bo
moment
to throw
that
first.
ladies' game,
Game
when
on.
you think of probably the greatest lady of all time, you can't go any further than Trina Gulliver. And that's just because of the amount of world titles she won it's so hard to ignore. Are they players who since have performed to a higher level? Maybe. But the greatest performer and the greatest player are two different conversations.
Correct. Which makes the all-time top 10 chat so divisive.
I don't think anyone fully agrees. I sat and did one with Glenn Durrant, and I don't think many people in the comments of that went, "Oh,
60.
you've nailed that, lads." Everyone has a different view, which is why the conversation's so thrilling.
Yeah, it's like I'm more likely to have James Wade in the top 10 rather than someone that's won 3 world titles in John Park.
45.
Some longevity as well, James Wade, isn't it?
Yeah, winning majors in 3 different decades.
60.
Don't think that's something we're going to see too much in darts moving forward, the longevity of players.
Well, I think that's mainly down to the
140.
amount of money involved now. You don't have to play for 20, 30 years. Look at someone like Littler. He could effectively be
60.
a very wealthy man. Not necessarily generational wealth, but a very wealthy man by the time he's 21, 22 and could walk away and do something else.
89.
I'm going to say my unpopular opinion, but I don't think we see Luke Littler playing darts when he's in his 30s.
Mainly because
100.
he won't
You're
need
in
to.
require 134.
And the lifestyle of a dart player is a tough one.
I'm sure if you stop the game now, Bo Greaves will be telling you that exact thing right now, because Kieran Teehan an opportunity to break the throw again here and put himself a leg away from
78.
giving Bo Greaves a hat-trick of defeats.
$50. You're in require 56. Game shot on the 5th leg. Kieran Teehan.
Teehan on your live in-play table now, moves off
Sixth
the
leg,
bottom of the
it's
table
Kieran
and puts
to
Andreas
throw
Harrison
first.
back down
Game
there
on.
again. That's how tight it is, that every game's going to see movement in the table.
$41.
Bo could be in a spot of trouble here. If she is to lose this, she'll be 4 points away from Bradley Brooks, who will be top of the table. And the fixtures are starting to run out. There'll be 6 games left at the end of this.
45.
One more today and then a full day of play tomorrow.
Yeah, and Bo has Andreas Harrison in her final match of the day.
59. $100. $96. $90. $43.
And that is a big, big last start there for Bo, because time was really not on her side here. Teehan not able to drive home the advantage he's got.
82. Bo, you require 170.
Leaves the ball. Should she wish to go for the 170, which she does.
45.
Very much of that ilk of a player who'll go for the big finishes. Here's one of the questions on our quick-fire questions available on our TikTok channel here at the Modus Super Series.
59. Oh, you reckon
If you're on the 170, do you go for it or lay it up?
Game shot on the 6th flag.
In fact, I think Bo Greaves has answered the quick-fire question, so I may give that a little watch and just see if the answer was go for it,
7 from
or if
final
she's
leg.
changed
It's
her
Bo to
mind.
throw first. Game on.
Bowser comparing a footballer with a dart player. How interesting. Wowzers.
$60. $60.
I'll tell you, as part of her quick-fire questions on the Modus Super Series TikTok, she decided that she wouldn't want to steal anyone's walk-on, so obviously very happy with her own tune.
60.
I can confirm the answer is indeed go for it.
97.
So she's very true to the answer she gave on quick-fire questions, so you can go check that out on the TikTok channel if you are a ticker and a tocker.
Well, actually, it's a real sensible darts-related question. Makes us change in the chat. Harry White, are longer points beneficial overall, or does it depend on your throw? Bit of both. It's very much a trial and error thing.
95.
Well, the main benefit of the point is it just moves the barrel a bit further away from the board, doesn't it? So you can actually
less deflections.
Group a little bit easier.
Yeah, you can group tighter.
Ryan Searle, who's got a really thick, heavy dart, has a really long point for that reason, to keep the barrel away from the target.
And he hits tons of 180s, doesn't he?
This one is getting down to the nitty-gritty.
100.
Guaranteeing a first to a finish, but it's a sizable one. It'd be the biggest checkout we've seen all week for numbers and for context.
41. But we require 100.
Had to go there really with the treble 20 as a blocker. The only other option, I suppose, was 48-32, but the double top, the much bigger target.
One treble will give him an opportunity at the ball. It's going to be treble 18. He doesn't find it. So Bo, 3 match darts to keep tabs of Bradley Brooks at the top of the table. Only needs the one, and she gets over the line. The losing run only goes as far as 2. We didn't expect it to go on for too long, but she's a relieved lady walking off the stage. She feels that she's not at her best at the moment. You can see that in the demeanour, and it's not her best, but it's enough to beat Kieran Teehan and keep him condemned down to the bottom of the table. Just keep hold of Bradley Brooks, who's been unbeaten so far today. But coming up next, we've got Andy Davidson and Andres Harrison.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we've just seen Bo Greaves stop that mini slide in the middle of Group A on Champions Week. Andreas Harrison, he kind of keeps being in the same position, needing to win to keep alive any hopes of being the one who goes through. And that's largely because Bradley Brooks has had a perfect day so far. When Brooks returns, he'll be looking to make it 5 from 5. But the game before that features Andy Davidson and Harrison. Both have just won one match apiece today. And this is one of those games that Harrison lost 4-3 yesterday. And the 4-3s came early on Monday. Well, they've come late today. The last 4 matches all going to deciding legs. Let's get this one underway with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, and a real opportunity to resurrect his campaign here for Harrison, because he does have, as does Davidson, 2 games left to play. Everybody else with just the one. So if Harrison wins this one, he will
59
leapfrog Davidson into 4th position, and then with an outside chance of maybe scrapping a 3rd position if he can beat
95
Bo Greaves in the final match.
83.
We have had a question come in on the chat regarding, does anyone know when Steve West will be back? Someone who's had a lot of success here at the Super Series, but did have to take a bit of time out due to hip surgery. We'll hopefully see him back here at the Super Series in the next series. We know he's going to be playing darts soon. I have seen through the various sources that he's actually entered a WDF event. He's going to be taking part in the Welsh Open that is coming up at the back end of August. So maybe he's going to try and make a late dash for Lakeside as well, see if he'll make a return to that stage. So Steve West will be back playing darts very soon.
That's great news.
134. Federation record 108.
I can actually confirm even further that at the moment his name is in pencil to return here to the Super Series at the back end of the next series. So we should expect to see him here very soon.
Great news that the
Game shot on the first
recovery is going well, because he had a few issues early on, didn't he? It was a horrific operation.
Like it's Andreas to throw
super
first.
invasive. Someone says, yeah, hi Chris, used to play with a mate of yours, Tony Dawkins. No, he has an unusual throw. Yeah, he sure does. I presume he's still living in Gibraltar or on the Rock.
140.
Really bright start this one from Andy Davidson.
96.
Again, we talk about where people's best performances came in the day. For Andy, his best performance came in fixture number 4.
60.
Which is the same as the fixture he's playing right now. He averaged a 98 yesterday at this time of the day. Maybe this is Andy O'Clock.
58.
Maybe he needs that much practice to be at his optimum level of performance.
121.
He'll have to start coming in at 5 a.m.
It is one of those things, isn't it, that you do sometimes have to adapt regarding what time of day you're on.
60.
I remember the worst one I had was my first ever UK Open. So I've won in round 4. I was on really late, so I was last game on. I've stacked around because I wanted to see the draw, because it was all exciting. I've got back. I've had a celebratory kebab. Yes, Luke Littler, I did it before you. And sat around for a bit. Ended up, couldn't sleep because I was wired and excited. Fell asleep quite late, talking 1:30, 2 o'clock. Got a knock on the door at 8 o'clock. Matt, you're on first. Brilliant. And it starts at, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's like, get up, get ready. And yeah, sometimes you just get thrown into the sort of deep end of it, but other times you've got that time to prepare and adapt. And sometimes I think with the Super Series, depending on where you finish, if you get in that Group B place, yes, it's good to be in that position. But you've gone from 3 days of getting up early to prepare for a 9:30 start. So
60.
you're going to be getting up at 5:30, 6 o'clock so you can have breakfast because you don't want to play bloated. So you're going to be getting up about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Then all of a sudden, you got used to those early starts, and now you're playing at 10 o'clock the next day at
100.
night. I use the term dart lag because it's very similar to like a jet lag where you get used to one time zone and then you've got to operate in a different one.
Yeah, I had it one year in a World semi-final. I was due to go on second, so around 3 o'clock against Barney, and well, for whatever reason, I won't go into that, they decided to switch it, and I was on first, but they didn't tell me.
58.
I was out enjoying my quarter-final win, as I used to do. He's done this, or tried to do this already once today. Same result. Yeah, so I arrived to be told, oh, you've got 2 hours to get ready. And had media stuff to do prior to that. And
140. Underage record is 16.
Failed to prepare to fail. What I should have been is tucked in bed at about 11 o'clock, got up for breakfast in the morning, I would have found out I was on first.
Shot in the third leg, Andreas Harrison.
Sadly, I was just getting in as breakfast was opening.
Full flag, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
So breakfast became supper, did it?
$120.
Matt asks, Matt, how's your darts going?
50.
Will you be back playing Modus anytime soon?
As far as my darts are going at the moment, I'm not too sure because I haven't really been playing too much. Went to another struggle.
60.
But we're coming out the other side of that. Nice bit of strength and conditioning work that's going on at the moment, really helping and supporting. So, as far as the Super Series goes, I won't be in the next series, but I will probably go the one after that due to the fact the World Masters is now coming back and I'm going to have a crack at that, and obviously Lakeside at the back end of the year. So the best way to get ready for those is to be up there on that stage with the quality of players that we have here at the Super Series
57.
and the amount of games and fixtures and the challenges that you're going to get. So there is no better place to prepare than that stage. So absolutely, I will do it again in 2024.
43.
You could do with it just prior to Lakeside, couldn't you? Probably 2 weeks before, so you had a week to
56.
wind down and just fine-tune.
Have you been reading my diary?
If you leave it open...
55.
Again, from Harrison, a real poor bit of approach play, and he's left himself vulnerable. Should be on a way easier finish than this.
$83. And he required 52. Game shot.
Loves that area of the board, but one of the things I like about Andy Davidson, he clearly loves the double 16. He's got such a good success rate on that area, but he's not one of these players that will force the issue and from the start be trying to leave double 16 at all costs. We've seen him opt to leave the double 14 at times by going unusual routes to get to it, and he's just one of those players, isn't he? They're all the same size. I've got no real preference. Yes, I'm successful there, but I can hit them all.
100.
They're all the same size. Lee Seymour Mace, who do you think won the big fight on Saturday? The bloke that won it. Was Fury lucky the ref didn't count him out? Absolutely. Does the loss tarnish Tyson's legacy? Which legacy is that?
60.
I don't really think he has a legacy, to be honest, but there you go.
100.
I wouldn't put him in the top 50 fighters of all time. No, not even close. Dan asks, Matt Mace,
70.
does commentating on the sport you love satisfy in a in the way competitive
60.
drive you both have. Listen, Matt's about to play in the World Masters in Lakeside, hopefully, so he's still very much a player.
57.
For me, yeah, I just love the game, so it sort of replaced the. Well, I didn't really have a love of playing
91.
that much, but I love the sport.
Fully agree. Absolutely love all this. It's great to be up close and personal with some great talent that we get here at the Super Series.
And watching players' development is fascinating, isn't it?
105.
And again, there, it just doesn't force the issue trying to leave a certain shot. Try to leave a certain double. Andy Davidson is a dart away, one successful dart away from putting
94,
himself
and he requires
second
28.
place in the live table.
Edging closer. Wow.
No score. Andreas, you require 40.
Frustrated. Some distance away from Harrison.
He's on the
Great
fifth leg.
adjustment there
Andreas
from
Harrison.
Andreas Harrison.
Almost looked like a switch dart. Didn't fancy tops.
Six
I
leg,
let a
it's
big 20 for
Andreas to
double
throw
10.
first. Game on.
Bit of Littler. He does that, doesn't he?
100.
Not necessarily on 40, of course, but we've seen him do it on 36.
95.
Is there a perfect weight for a dart, or is it completely personal preference?
95.
I think you've just answered it yourself.
90.
I think there's a perfect weight for the person's throw, but
Correct.
without seeing the throw, it can't be advised.
139.
Well, I'll just elaborate on my opinion on Fury. He beat a Klitschko into his 40th year and I think 66th fight. He won that fight with 86 scoring punches. And stunk the joint
59.
out.
And he required
He
136.
then fought cans pretty much all his career and then went life and death for 3 fights with Wilder, who recently lost to
78.
Joseph
Andreas
Parker.
required 108.
And now he's lost to a cruiserweight, who he said was a middleweight and a rabbit. You do the math.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Beautiful
Andreas
finish there from Andreas Harrison. He's had so many of them hit against him, but
7 from
now
five, it's Andy
he's the
to
player
throw
most
first.
likely to hit
Game
them.
on.
That being his 6th ton-plus checkout. He's been so close to
42.
brilliance so far this week, but so far away from the top of the table.
Yeah, exactly, Dan. Dan says, I noticed that those who go into commentating seem to be very content because of remaining connected to the game. Yeah, and the beauty of doing this and doing the PDC stuff is you get to see both ends of the spectrum of the sport. Those either have dropped off or are looking to maybe get back, or those that have dropped off that are quite content to just do this in exhibitions and senior darts, and then your
60.
Luke Littlers and Bo Greaves of the world, and then I get the chance to commentate on the sport's very elite.
95.
I'm certainly happier doing this than I was as a player.
Yeah, I don't think anyone who's not been on that sort of pro tour will fully understand what you mean by that. But yeah,
60.
I get it. I do get it.
Well, how many years did you do? 8?
11.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, well then you know as well as I do
95.
what it takes out of you, what it does to you personally, and how it affects your life.
Oh, yeah, it's 11, and I don't think it'll ever be 12.
60. And he record 132.
It's only took 12 darts for Davidson here to get himself down to a finish.
92.
And again, see, leaving a different double. There is no persistence in trying to leave a segment. And that's a real strength of Andy
Yeah.
Davidson.
Massive. massive advantage as he goes forward in his career.
66, and he required 40.
Wayward there, but he'll be expecting to come back. But on Champions Week, you shouldn't be expecting too much. Any opportunity could go. And this would hurt. After missing 3 match starts, and that again is low. That is not the time to lay up for the double 10, as you say.
It was down to the timing of the release, and he'll be fuming to have got that opportunity. And he gets last started again in the last leg of a match. Well, he is relatively okay with the result in the end, I think, but inside he'd be absolutely spewing. A higher average for Harrison, 86.04, 84.74 for Davidson. The only 180 in the match going to Andy, and he does move in to P3 on the table on 10 points. So our final 3 matches await, starting with Kieran Teehan against Bradley Brooks.
Welcome back to the action live from Champions Week at the Super Series, where things have been getting close. The last 5 matches, in fact, going to last leg deciders, as you can see, culminating in that 4-3 win for Andy Davidson against Andreas Harrison. And maybe it's 1-4-3 defeat too many for Andreas, because he does look now like he may well be out of that race. Certainly will be, along with Kieran Teehan, if Bradley Brooks can beat Teehan in the game that is to follow this. And if Brooks does that, then it will be a perfect day for the Blackburn thrower. 12 points for him, 2 clear of the following 3, and he's looking to make it 5 from 5. As I said, a win for him against Teehan effectively rules Teehan out, if not mathematically from getting to top spot, but a victory and the gap is back to 4 points. So can Brooks complete the bingo card? Let's find out. It's eyes down and look in with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar, your callers.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, plenty of permutations to this one. First and foremost, for Brooks, just win by any means possible.
First leg, it's
I didn't think
Kieran
anybody
first.
was going to
Game
go through the
on.
card in this group map, and it was something that we discussed this morning.
Yeah, I agree. Very surprising, but the opportunity's
And
there.
after yesterday, the last person we would have expected to go through the card would have been Brooks.
Yeah, he did look very negative, didn't he, yesterday? But different demeanour completely up there today. And well, after the bingo opening there from Chris Murphy, we can call that 6-0 blind 60 to kick off for Bradley Brooks. We were meant to be the callers, weren't we?
Don't be.
76.
I can't be having this blind 180 thing. How is it blind when the dart's been thrown and then you look away? I don't know who
100.
started that little thing. It was probably the hyperball that Sky, when Adrian Lewis did it, I think. Oh, it's a blind 180.
139.
All right. Okay.
I mean, I have been known once or twice to blow my own trumpet, so I'm going to do it now. When that happened,
134.
I put a bit of paper over the board and I went, right, I'm going to have 10 shots, I'm going to record it, I'm going to video it, see if I can hit an actual blind 180, and then however close I get, I'll be like, oh, look, I wasn't that close. I actually did it on the fourth shot.
84.
I have never celebrated anything like it in my life. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, but that's muscle memory, Matt. Now, if you did it with a blindfold on,
28.
then I would be
Kieran require
impressed.
102.
That's not a challenge for another one of your videos, by the way. I take no responsibility to any damage that happens to your property or any valuables in
62.
the area.
Well, this could be a valuable shot for Brooks. Could put a bit of pressure on Teehan's 40 here. They are at opposite ends of the table.
114. Kieran
Brooks with
require
a dart on the
40.
floor. Keeps hitting the back end of the equipment. Just
30.
take a look
Bradley
at the
requires
equipment here as well
65.
for Brooks as he goes for this 65 to try and break the throw of Teehan. Looks like he's got one of those moulded all-in-one systems.
Yeah, very, very
45.
popular nowadays with the
Kieran
players.
required 10.
Eliminates pretty much the Robin Hood and the need for
Games
running
on the
repairs
Thursday.
with broken
Kieran
stems
Teehan.
and smashed flights. My only reservation is that they
Second leg, it's Bradley
damage
to
quite
throw
quickly,
first.
and I got a bit of OCD when it comes to that, and I couldn't change just one that looked a bit damaged. You can see the edges there are
93.
just roughed up where they've had darts brushing up against them, and they're not cheap, are they?
See, I think we've got pros and cons, and I think for every pro you get, there's one massive con that just doesn't outweigh. And that is, well, there you go again, we've lost another one. When
79.
you've got something so rigid and firm, there's no give. If they hit each other, normally what would happen is the flight would pop off the back of the dart, or it would change the direction of the back end. If the back end can't move, it's going to change what happens on the front end of the dart.
100.
Correct.
Because that impact has to generate somewhere, so it will just manifest through the dart to where the point is. And that is ultimately why we're seeing a lot of darts not penetrate the board with enough pace.
Yeah, and Bradley has quite a light throw, and the point doesn't penetrate the board anywhere near as much as Kieran Teehan. So if there is some kind of impact on the way,
100.
it takes
Ready,
the energy
record,
out of the dart,
149.
and there's not enough force to get the point in the board.
Especially with the upright angle of entry that Bradley has.
Yeah. See, I use a traditional old nylon
59.
stem with a
Kieran require
flight in it, no ring,
161.
and my flights will just pop out if there's any kind of dart on dart.
The ball
170.
doesn't go on this
Bradley require
occasion, so
90.
Bradley Brooks, 90 to level it up. He starts on the ball. He'll be finishing on double 10.
Game shot.
That's a stunning finish
Bradley Brooks.
from Bradley Brooks. Probably wouldn't go for the ball myself nowadays, but I can understand why players do. If you're confident, go for it. There is an explainer video if you do a search on YouTube of how the Modus Super Series works.
100.
He is just playing with such
85.
an air of confidence and belief today. And he almost has that air of a player who just refuses to lose.
46. $59.
Oh, here's one for you, Matt. I want your take on this one. Wow, not winning Group A might actually be an advantage. You can get to play more games and up your confidence.
100.
Qualifying Group B or Group C, fresh into Saturday, might be key for Champions Week.
I mean,
don't swear, man.
I mean, if it works out that you get through Group B or C, I can see the pattern, but you've obviously got the risk that you're going in there with some very, very strong players. If we take a look at what's ahead, I mean, Group B, yes, you could go in there, and 3 players of the 5 are going to qualify, but you're going to go in there with someone who's finished in position 2 or 3 of this really strong Group A, and you're going to be joined by a recent WF champion in Jimmy Van Ski, a recent champion in Darius Labanauskas, and a Pro Tour quarter-finalist in Cam Chaptree.
And then Group C, where it's 6 players and only 2 go through, 4, 5 and 6 is going to be joined by former world champion Neil Duff, Bradley Roos and Reece Robinson, who's as dangerous a player as it gets. No, I think I'd just take winning Group A, thanks.
Yeah, I'd rather be on the beach, I think, if I was given the choice. Oh, he caught the flight on the way in there and
40.
looked like a bad dart, but it just caught the flight. Bradley's darts do kick off to the right-hand side. It's down the right-hand side for Kieran Teehan. He finds it. And he's halfway to victory and halfway to giving Bradley Brooks his first defeat of the day and really keeping this group open going into the final day.
Well, Bradley throws as far as he can to the right, so they're naturally going to go in that 41. Angled entry.
$59. $100.
The odds have come in all day as well on Bradley, haven't they? Throughout the day, the odds been shortening on Bradley Brooks. And that is down to the fact he's been playing quality and the fact he's been winning matches. Averages today, 88, 60. 96, 91 and 88.
That's as well as he's played for quite some time, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And the results, the wins as well.
140.
And he won this tie yesterday. 4-1 against Teehan, did Bradley Brooks. Averaged 85 and change.
80. Kieran Iroquois, 167. $81. $40. Kieran Iroquois, 86.
A little bit of frustration coming there for Bradley, but that was positive aggression rather than slumped, disappointed. but he may be disappointed here.
82.
Giving Teehan 3 more darts to get the job done and put himself a leg away from victory.
50. Kieran required 4.
Twos never lose is the expression a lot of people say. Oh, that's awkward. So he's going to have to try and come over the top here and into the right-hand side of the bed, you feel.
Game
Oh,
shot
what a
the
dart.
flag.
What a
Kieran
dart there
Teehan.
from Teehan.
Well, he is really tall, and that's where it was an advantage. You could almost just
Flag
drop
gets
it in over the
Kieran to
top,
throw
couldn't he?
first. Game on.
So we say about the form of Bradley Brooks before coming into this. I'm just looking at his recent development tour campaign where he played 14 matches and only 3 of the games
100.
of those 14 matches did he average over 80. There was all low 70s and he even had low 60s, a 63, a 64.
60.
Yeah, this has been a massive jump in form for him, which is something we're really pleased to see.
140.
Well, he is right up against it.
96.
Because one good turn here, and Teehan will have him on toast.
180.
Just maximum number 6 of the week for Teehan, but it's a
125.
perfectly
Giving
timed
away
one, and
81.
it really keeps his hopes alive as well, because actually he'd be within 4 points of the top with a victory here.
65.
Bradley Brooks a long way back.
Bit of a quick one there.
$140. Kieran requires 16.
For revenge from yesterday. And Kieran Teehan ends the unbeaten run today of Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 1. Well, the average is 90.04 for Teehan, 84.04 for Brooks. Both players finding a 180. 4 from 15 was more than enough for Teehan on the doubles. When we come back, it's our penultimate match of day 2 in Group A, and Conor Heenan faces off against Andy Davidson.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Super Series on Champions Week, where Andy Davidson is looking to finish today top of the table after that defeat for Bradley Brooks, meaning that Brooks did not manage an unbeaten day. 4 out of 5 for him. Nobody else in the field has managed more than half of that win tally, but that will change here because Conor Heenan and Davidson have both won 2 of their 4 matches, and whoever wins will join Brooks at the summit. Davidson will have better leg difference, so he could replace him at the top of the table. Bo Greaves will be in the same position when she takes on Andreas Harrison in the final game of the day, but the penultimate clash is Davidson against Heenan, and Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar will guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, and it wasn't too long ago. Heenan was at the top of the table.
Game on.
A win here for either of them, and one of them will return to joint top of the table, joining Brooks on 12 points. As Heenan makes the perfect start. Well, someone did ask a question a little earlier. What was our walk-on songs? Well,
85.
I had many over the years, but the Ace of Spades stuck in the end. And what was yours, Matt? Did you change a lot, or?
I had Buck Rogers' Feeder.
190.
But I can't guarantee that that's what I'm going to be using at the back end of this year.
100.
I think I'm going to have a little bit of fun with it. That's ultimately what it is, isn't it? That's the reward for the bits you do when you get to the stages, and ultimately it's about having fun. Well, it certainly is for me now, anyway.
60. Connie requires 67.
Good leg disc from Heenan. He's 67 after just 9 darts.
27.
You feel that this is going to be a very bunched up group going into the final day tomorrow.
Double 19.
Games
Beautifully
on the
crafted double finish that he didn't want to do, but that will make him feel a whole lot happier.
Game on.
A 15 darter for Heenan.
140.
Here's an interesting thought. When we look at a Group A campaign on a normal basis, we say, how many points is it going to be to win this group? And we normally look at things like 22, 24 points. I'd be surprised if this is 20.
96.
Yeah, I was just about to suggest the same thing. I think 20 will do it.
I wouldn't be surprised
59.
if it came down to 18 and legs. At the moment, as things stand, Bradley Brooks on 12, Conor Heenan also on 12. But that is including the fact that Conor Heenan would have to complete this fixture where he's currently 1-0 up. Likely to be 1 apiece.
54.
Hi, I'd like to see a 12-player group start on a Monday, finishing on a Friday with the top 6 going through
60.
to each
And he required
to
40.
Saturday, each player playing 3 games each. Well, that's a little bit
Games
of
on
a
the
flawed
second
idea.
leg.
Just
Davidson.
think about how many potential dead rubbers you could have.
Filling it's Connor to throw first.
It's almost as bad as the upside down dartboard idea.
Oh, we had some suggestions yesterday, didn't we? I think yesterday at one point was very close to getting the
70.
upside down dartboard half the size, and if you scored less than 60 you got an electric shock.
Yeah. Or the trap doors open and you were into a pit of snakes.
35.
Loser gets gunged.
$41. $140.
We was having that conversation for a reason. It wasn't just a
98.
silly conversation. It's because our specials week is coming up next week. At the end of every Champions week, we have a specials week. We've had the double trouble week. That was double start, double finish.
90.
Now we've got the women's week coming up next week, and
100.
Quite a
Record
lineup.
136.
Right then, Matt, I've just had a lovely message off my pal Steve West. Thanks, Dave. We'll be back in
60.
August. Can you ask Matt to answer my message on Facebook that I sent him a couple of weeks ago? Job
60.
done, Dave.
Connie required 76.
Message passed on. I've opened his diary. I might as well just open his Facebook page up, I suppose.
36.
yeah, I'm not going to
Andy
deny I'm
Rockwell,
not very good at
132.
I get quite a lot of messages, so they get lost sometimes.
Well, mine went down, and
160.
for whatever
Connie
reason,
Rockwell,
when I
40.
tried to update it, and then for weeks it was gone, and I just forgot about it. Then the next thing I know, about 50 messages come through.
Game shot in the third leg.
Conor Heenan
Conor Heenan.
takes a 2-1 lead.
Full flag at Sandy to throw first. Game on.
Fastest start player ever, and slowest.
54.
Well, Ricky Evans has got to be the fastest, and Terry Downs has got to be the slowest. There is videos on YouTube of both, obviously.
140.
What about a champions? I think he's on about a champion's choice or the trainer board dartboard
140.
week. Well, would you be quite happy to sit back and watch player after player go 60, 60, 60,
41.
60?
$140.
Why on earth are the obsession with like extended dartboard? Or
135.
you got to score on
167.
doubles and finish on. I just
60.
See, I get it as a challenge, but you won't want to see it as a competitive
No.
match, because as a challenge,
as a
it's
one-off
fun.
challenge, it's great fun just
Yeah.
to see the difficulty and how accurate a player can be on a,
130.
like I say, in a challenge environment.
107.
But for a whole 6 days, no thanks.
79.
Game's hard enough as it is.
Connie required
Exactly.
72.
Conor Heenan, 72 points. To get him knocking on the door of that top of the table place.
60. And he required 28.
Double 7.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Level
Andy
game.
Davidson.
He's impressive.
Fifth leg,
I
it's
got a new
Connor to
idea.
throw
So we're going to get a
first.
Formula One car, but we're going to put mini Metro wheels and tyres on it. You've got to stick your elbow out and smoke a fag while you're driving.
86.
That'd be good fun to watch, wouldn't it?
58. $97.
Any time you take your elbow in, you dock 10 seconds off your time or something.
60. $100.
Harry says, betting on darts is insane. What am I doing? Take a time out, mate.
134.
Close your accounts and get on that gam stop.
94. $85. Connie require 124.
Well, I won't be shocked to see this go in. Oh, the commentator's curse is just perfect. Right, let's try
44.
reverse
Connie require
psychology.
164.
This isn't going. Thank you, Fraser. Glad you're enjoying it.
44. Gonna require 80.
Three-two.
Game
3-2
shot
it
the
is.
fifth leg. Connor Heenan. Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $95.
And breathe.
It's just sticking your arm out the window, isn't it?
43.
Driving with your knee and all that while you're changing the stereo.
96.
Trying to find your favourite mixtape.
$135.
Beautiful time there for a 140.
Yeah, to leave the big fish. Not seen it yet. Got a feeling we will.
I always feel really
57.
satisfying them, sort
And
of
he
like when you're on
required
212 or
170.
220 and you hit a max to leave a 32 or a tops. It always feel really satisfying.
98.
Well, another solid leg here for Andy Davidson, who just continues to impress. There would have been that question mark when he came here last time. Was that
58.
him?
And he
Was that a
required
flash of
72.
what? Can he
Did he
complete?
overachieve? Oh, wow. I'm not sure about that.
40.
Oh, Sean's come out with another blinder. How about 6 players having a go at getting from 1 to the ball in the fastest time? You send the prize money
46.
and I'll put it on.
And he required 32.
I'm pretty sure in one of our fun challenges that go out on our
No score.
socials and on YouTube, you'll see plenty of things like that.
This looks like it's going to go the distance.
62. And he
Here with the
required
board,
32.
Andy Davidson gets a lot of success in. Can just build on top of that with the way he starts light.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Wonder how much you knew about that one. Adam says, Matt, I met you at the Scottish Open. I'm annoyed
7
you
for
didn't
final,
like
it's
it.
Connor to throw
It
first.
wasn't meeting you he didn't like. It was the horrendous Scottish Open he didn't like.
135.
I actually loved, meeting the people there. It's a great event in terms of the social aspect of it. But
58.
it felt like a social event rather than a world ranked title.
Correct. Not fit for purpose.
Oh, if that was a local event, absolutely.
139.
Gary Miller, what about switching the trebles and doubles as a different... Why? We don't want to reinvent the wheel, do we?
180.
It must be... All these ideas probably from players that maybe struggle to put 3 darts in a board. I'm not sure where...
177.
Well, this is a great leg. 3 darts in the treble for both players here. Davidson with a 180. Heenan hits back with a 177. He's thrown 9 darts here, Connor Heenan, and 7 of them have been in big power trebles. And
You've got to be good to do that, mate,
yeah,
haven't you?
I like that.
Game shot on the match.
Great leg.
Connor Heenan.
Brave, confident, clinical. Connor Heenan ends up in a 12 darter there last leg. There was nothing Andy Davidson could do. He hit a max. He tried to come back at Heenan, but it's Heenan who takes the points, a 4-3 success, and that puts him joint top of the table. There's plenty of movement and shaking on that table. We'll be reviewing that at the end of the day, but before that, we've got one more game still to come. Andreas Harrison was the favourite, takes on Bo Greaves.
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series as Tuesday reaches its conclusion with a matchup between Bo Greaves and Andreas Harrison, who once again seems to find himself in the last chance saloon. Defeat here would surely put paid to any chances of him scaling the mountain that he finds himself at the foot of the table. As for Bo Greaves, despite a couple of defeats in the middle of today, if she wins this match, she will return to the top and find herself in that position at the end of Tuesday, as she was at the end of Monday. An interesting one as well. Andreas Harrison, despite the fact he's bottom of the table, actually has a better leg difference than joint top Connor Heenan. Right then, strap yourselves in, but please keep your arms inside the vehicle for this one. Back to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
100.
Yeah, he's had some very tough games to swallow and think about today as Harrison. And in terms of results, not been a great day for Bo so far. But for both players, this game's a biggie for the mentality of going into tomorrow. A defeat here for Andreas, and he'll be playing the role of spoiler tomorrow. But a win for Bo, and she will feel like she's more than in the mix to top the table.
121.
I've sat here for many a weeks now since the Modus Super Series first began, and I can't think of a time where we've gone into the third day of play with 3 players tied on the same points.
Yeah, it's a bit of an anomaly right there. So we've been asking for
85.
your thoughts on a specials week. Maybe we should have made it a bit easier to understand. So the first special week we did was double start on a normal board from 7'9" and a quarter, the same format.
125.
Next week we're going to have an entire women's week, so all the competitors will be women. And then we might have a doubles week, maybe a mixed doubles week. That's the kind of angle we're going at. Not sticking the board on the ceiling while I lie on my back with the jeopardy of darts landing in my face, which some of you probably would thoroughly enjoy.
91.
So the last few in the chat, well, there's nearly 2,000 of you in there, but favourite sport outside of darts for me, boxing. Oh, another one of those. Put a flake in it.
On the first leg. Bo Greaves.
And a bit of sauce, because that was saucy. Your favourite sport outside of darts?
Game on.
Don't say wrestling, because that's not a sport.
Got a bit of footy then, hasn't it? A bit of footy ball.
Yeah, since having the pub, I've been watching more and more football, and
100.
totally casual fan, but I have no dog in the race. I don't really support a team, so I'm, as a neutral, I can sit back and really enjoy it while I watch people go through the ringer.
Do you think that's the next evolution of darts, though, as well? Because at the moment, a lot of people go to a darts night where it's World Championship, World Match Play, and there isn't, like, I'm going there to see that player. I'm going there to support. You just want to go watch good darts.
100.
Oh, do you think they go and watch darts? Oh, wow, that's a new one on me. Let's see if there is any sensible questions. Why always go for the ball if on 50? He literally must have just switched his computer on or his phone and watched Connor Heenan go for the ball on 50. The only reason he went that way is because it was for a possible 10-darter. His opponent wasn't on a finish, and it would have been the best leg of the week. But more often than not, they'll go 10 tops or 18 double 16.
Well, we have been mentioning that at some point Bo Greaves is going to turn up and put in one of those big performances, and so far this is a monster. Back-to-back 140s here, looking at a possible 12-dart leg, but opting not to go for the 17s to leave 59. The ball. Very sensible in regards to the setup play.
Blue for Cal says about Champion's Choice. Well, we wouldn't probably go to that extreme, but we have thought of a retro week and go back to the old boards from the 80s.
54. 60. Bogey require 8. $59.
Yeah, I like the idea of an equal darts week. Something a bit interesting.
How about a week
85.
where you can't play in it if you have ever held a PDC tour card? Because we have that debate about players who's the best without a tour card.
58.
Well, who's the best who's never held one?
Ooh, I like that. What years were the tour cards introduced? Was it
2011.
Yeah, I'll say 2011, 2012. Well, I'd retired, so I never
140.
had one of the official tour cards.
$134.
We can't have a PDC Players Week because they're not allowed to play.
90.
Definitely needs to be a video done where people can watch it and get some understanding of the game. Ooh, too good. Double 4.
57. Bogey require 154.
No, Howard, they did have tungsten in the 80s and the 70s. And the 60s if you could afford it.
96.
Well, Harrison can't afford to miss any more opportunities here because Bo Greaves in striking distance now. One more dart in the madhouse and he saves the situation. But still needs to find a breaker throw from somewhere.
Full flag, it's Bo to throw first. Game on.
There's a lot of love for the old retro week idea, isn't there?
Yep.
100.
But I think I want to see the young players play on it.
Yeah.
Give them some kind of perspective and the viewers of how much tougher the game was.
How many more variables there was as well. I can tell you now, before that week even happens, if it ever happens, that there'll be games won and lost on bounce outs.
Yep.
140. $140.
That action really is Rolls Royce.
60. $100. Andreas require 161.
Treble 17 would have left the ball, but Bowie a little bit of work still to do on 78.
78. $40. Andreas require 36.
This could end up being a level game. Bo Greaves was running away with it. Trying 2-0 up. Andreas Harrison couldn't land a blow, but all of a sudden we're back to a level game and the averages have levelled off somewhere in the middle around the 89 mark apiece.
Here's one I like. What about a log end week? Again, it would be
140.
visually not particularly clever, those boards, and trying to explain the game. It's apart from a retro week, the quadro board week would be fascinating as well.
91.
It's interesting, the question about having swapping darts week, because they actually do this on exhibition. You know, when you get the
100.
local hero won the singles 22 years ago, comes up and he's giving it the big one. I always say to them, like, oh, do you want to swap darts? And I give them those little dinky all-in-one darts, like
60.
the size of like half a finger, and I give them and I take their darts and beat them with their darts. I can guarantee you, if I was to play a swapping darts week, I wouldn't be turning it with my darts. I'd be turning it with like a feather.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll play with them, pal. I'd certainly win all my matches.
$100.
Well, Bo in danger here.
Caleb, if you can explain cricket
140.
to everybody in the chat that's never played it before, in the time that's left in this match, I'll put it forward. But everybody in chat has got to be able to understand it. Good luck. Where you go.
This could be a big saviour here for Bo Greaves. Looking to get that re-break.
So close.
Duration required 72.
This would hurt. And it's 2 darts at double 18.
36. Oh, you require 32.
Just caught the flight on the way in, and a hideous deflection there, and Bo Greaves gets that breaker throw back and puts herself a leg away now from the points. Points that would really bunch things up at the top of the table. We'd have 3 players all on the same outcome.
He's almost been the creator of his own downfall with missing, just creating opportunities and not being able to take them. And there lies the problem, Caleb. If you've got to make it attractive to the viewer, and if they don't understand what's going on, they'll switch off.
100.
Come on, she mumbles to herself.
140.
Knows there's still a strong chance, despite the fact today hasn't been her day in terms of her best performances. She has been beaten twice in fixtures 2 and 3, but still has a chance to leave here with 6 points on the board from the day's play, and ultimately that would mean she'd leave top of the table.
Yeah. She will be the overnight leader.
60.
Back where we started this morning.
$60.
Yes, well, we've still got some time left. Give us a thumbs up, please, if you don't mind. Only takes a second. Helps with all the analytics. And don't forget, if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button.
60.
You won't miss out on all the new content, which is added pretty much daily. And you'll get an alert whenever we go live.
95.
This session may not have long left in it. Bo Greaves looking to get the job done.
100.
Looking to leave with the points.
$85.
A big last start there from Harrison. Leaves himself with a little bit of hope. And that hope could be squashed. Should Bo Greaves hit the ball.
46. Duration required 117.
Well, it's been a theme of the day's play, Matt, these ton plus outs. But he can't find either of the requisite troubles to get a go at a double.
It's 2 darts at the double for Bo for the match. It's double 16 up to double 8.
27.
2 more missed opportunities. The eyebrows raise.
Duration required 60.
In terms of the doubling match, she's just 3 from 11.
Game shot on the
Harrison
6 leg. Andreas
dips
Harrison.
his bread. 3-3. The break back has the darts in the decider.
7 from final leg. It's Andreas to
What
throw
a
first.
day of twists
Game
and
on.
turns. We was talking there about the possibility of Bo Greaves being top of the table should she have found the double 16. However, she may
60.
be in 3rd place.
Well, we've had an explanation of cricket here. Cricket will be played with a double bullseye. The object will be to close the numbers 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 50 and bullseye in any order before your opponent.
180.
Do you get the game now, Matt? Is that totally... Don't know what Bo gets. 3 in the lipstick.
100.
She's against the darts, so you need to hit something big at some point, and she's done it with the opening visit. This is quality from Bo Greaves. She's on the 9 again. We have been teased to the 9 darter on multiple occasions today. But what a way it would be to end the day. The 2nd day here at Champions Week.
140, but you require 144.
The most important thing for Bo, though, is winning the leg, winning the points. And she's still in a good position here.
84.
We'll get, or is expected to get, another 2 match darts.
100, but you require 60.
It's going to be double 10. Just try to stay big and away from the treble 20. But 2 more match darts have gone for Bo, and Andreas Harrison a chance here to steal the match and steal the points.
In a leg where Bo was on a 9.
Double 18
83.
just comes inside, and
you require
you saw the
10.
reaction of Andreas Harrison. I can tell you Bo Greaves at the back of the stage had exactly the same reaction, living and breathing every single dart and breathing a sigh of relief there. Bo Greaves, she gets over the line in the end and picks up the points against Andreas Harrison. A good game to end the day. Bo Greaves was on the 9 darter there in that one. Wasn't able to get the shot at the 144 converted, but she does pick up the points. A 4-3 success over Andreas Harrison. Now, in regards to the league table for Bo Greaves, that means overnight she is going to move into top place. That is how important that game was for Bo. She didn't pick up the victory there. She'd have been in 3rd, joint points with Andy Davidson, and a lot of work to do tomorrow. However, she is now well and truly in the mix. She was the favourite. Can she convert it? Can she get the job done tomorrow? Bo Greaves ends top.
Yeah, she certainly does, but almost got nicked away from her there, didn't it, from Andreas Harrison in a leg where she was on a 9, not for the first time today.
Yeah, I think that sums up his Group A campaign so far, doesn't it? He's created opportunities, had opportunities, not been able to take them. That one was a thickness of a wire. You could hear it just click off the inside wire, but Bo finding the double 5 in the end, like you say, after being on a 9. It's, yeah, she'll be relieved to get over the line there. That was a bullet dodged.
Yeah, as you say, story of his week so far has been those 4-3 defeats. A few more of them today. We'll take a look at the results. And Harrison on the wrong end of a 4-3 defeat in that match against Bo Greaves, in the first match of the day as well against Bradley Brooks and against Conor Heenan and Andy Davidson as well. All of his defeats today going in last leg deciders.
Yeah, and nobody's played more legs so far in 2 days than maybe even in the history of...
Well, his win was 4-3, so that means he's played every leg possible today, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. And when it's not going your way... we often say about when a player starts missing doubles, it's infectious. And the same could be said when patterns start forming in your matches where you keep losing 4-3 at 3 and you almost talk yourself out of it and think, here we go again. And that's been his case. But the levels he's playing at, listen, he's going to be in Group C or Group B. I think he may have that reset mentality. We've seen it happen before, time and time again here, where the player will come back on the Thursday and just hit the stage running.
Yeah, 95 of a possible 105 legs played today. What does that tell us about this group?
Exactly as we anticipate and hope for in a Champions Week. In the graphic we showed right at the top of the show this morning, you could see how close these players are in terms of the numbers in qualification, in terms of averages. So it was always going to be a pretty sticky group, and it's proven that way. Great entertainment for us, but an absolute nightmare for the players.
With that win, Bo Greaves remains top of the table, start of the day there. She's there again, and you kind of mentioned it would be interesting to see the recovery after losing those 2 games. Well, she made that recovery, didn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think she's been anywhere near her best level today, and the biggest compliment you can pay a player is if they're not at their best, they still find a way to win, and she managed to pick up 6 points today, 6 points yesterday. Another 6 points today, and me and Matt think around 18, 20 points may well be enough in this group, because they do keep beating each other. But after today, and how back and forth it went, and she was down in 3rd, then up to 2nd, then down, then back up top of the table. Yeah, you take a brave man to bet on anybody winning it tomorrow.
The player who won the most matches today, Bradley Brooks, but the match that he lost was his last one, so that could linger, couldn't it, a little bit overnight?
Yeah, I think he was thinking about going through the card. We've seen it so many times, haven't we, where they go 4 from 4 and they begin to think about going through the card. And it's in this group, I think we spoke about it as well at the top of the show. I didn't see anybody going through the card today, and that's out of respect for the group. I think they're such an evenly matched and good quality group that it would take some doing to go through the card, but he very nearly achieved that. So he should be massively confident, a massive improvement, not just in his level of play today, but his overall attitude. He looked like he wanted to be here today and looked like he would have played darts, and the results were there to see.
Conor Heenan up there as well. What have you made of him?
Yeah, he's in. I love watching him. I think he's fascinating. You never quite know what you're going to get from him, and you'll get big finishes. And this was a lovely bull out. And again, you're looking at a situation there. He fluffs his line there, finds himself 2-0 down. Different kind of game. He's a battler, isn't he? He'll stick in, and he's a streaky player. He plays in spells, and when he's absolutely on it, he is sometimes pretty unplayable. Yeah,
but Kieran Teehan, he's struggling a little bit. He finds himself at the foot of the table. He's had his moments, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's played okay. He's another player that sort of had a tough time, very similar to that of Bradley Brooks, and they've obviously gone away and worked hard on the game. Matt Egger was looking back over the recent development tours that Bradley's played on, and he's been well below par. A lot of averages in the 70s, so he's not just put a couple of points on his average. He's putting 10, 15 points on his recent numbers. And Kieran Teehan, when he won that week, which was unexpected because of his form coming into it, I did the same as Matt did. I looked over his recent form, and he was well under par. So it probably doesn't feel like it right now, but if he actually breaks it down and looks at the good points, which is what we should all do, then he'll be okay. And we almost had a 9-darter, didn't we? We saw Bo Greaves multiple times. Yeah, 6 and 7 perfect darts, but Bradley Brooks managed 8. Yeah, and I fancied it. Once that second treble of 3 goes in the combination, once he's at this, well, this is the start of the leg, and he is one of those. If that first dart goes in, he really does fancy it. Yeah, I could tell in comms that you really thought it was going, and once he's got the trebles, the 19s out of the way as well, and just fancied him that double 18. We won't show the couple of darts he threw just after. Yeah, I mean, it's not found the target, and people sort of understand the concept when a commentator will say we want a badly thrown dart. What we mean by that, the mechanics in the throw it wasn't a poorly thrown dart. It just didn't find the target. Yeah, he thought he was going to hit it. Did he say he thought it was in? Yeah, I think he felt that, and you could see from the frustration afterwards. I think it carried over. Yeah, would have been a nice moment for him. There's nothing, especially with what happened to him in the World Championships, of course, with Willie Borland hitting one against him in the final leg of their World Championship match. I wonder how happy he'll be looking at the league table, because, as we just mentioned, he could have been clear at the top of it, particularly having beaten Bo Greaves 4-0 earlier today. To find himself still behind her could be slightly sort of irksome for him. Yeah, I think if you said to either one of Bo, Bradley or Conor after 2 days of action, you're going to be joint top at the table on 12 points, I think they would take it. It's all to play for tomorrow. It's effectively in their hands. If you win all your games tomorrow, which is, as I've already said, is going to be not impossible, but very, very tough to do, you win the group, you're in Saturday night's final. Yeah, just correct myself from earlier. Kieran Teehan second bottom, not bottom. Andres Harrison below him. But are we writing those two off in terms of topping it? Is it a race between 4? Yeah, and it's mathematically possible, I think, for both. But absolutely unlikely. I think they can become spoilers. They will affect who qualifies out tomorrow and who wins the group, and obviously who finishes in second and third, who goes into that easier to qualify out of Group B, because it's only a 5-player field on Thursday and Friday night.
I haven't put you on the spot yet, but you must have known it was coming. Who do you see qualifying from this group?
Do you know, I can make a case for the top. I've seen enough out of that top 3 that I think any one of them can qualify. Right, Andy Davidson off at your peril, because he's got levels to his game. But listen, I picked Bo at the beginning, and I'm gonna stick with Bo.
There we go. Thanks. Enjoyed your company today. We'll be back tomorrow. The action continues here at Champions Week, and we will know our first finalist. It's going to be a tight run thing, a grandstand finish. So don't forget to join us. 9:30 a.m. The action gets underway. We will see you then.